Open up the microphone.
I gotta go by three.
I turn this on camera.
You need to record it. All right, I would like to call the regular council meeting of Tuesday, September 9th, 2025 to order at 9:04. I'd like to welcome fellow councilors to the meeting, administration, and all the members of the public. I'm sure if you're prepared to stay all day, we'll entertain you till 4 o'clock here today. So you see Bob is kind of going, I gotta go come by. Anyway, welcome to the meeting. We'll start with the adoption of the agenda. As we normally do, we'll do the round circles with councilors. Any additions, Councilor Naka?
Nothing for me.
Nothing for me. Eddie Reed? Councilor Whitfield?
I got one, dust controls.
That under public works.
You're gonna get it right out.
Yeah, and I got a couple, in-camera items, 15-4 aggregate levy. 15-5 Alberta Industrial Heartland Association. So those would fall under disclosure constitutional party. Those only take about 5 minutes. Administration, any additions?
To Mr. Reed, to add one to, section 5 presentations, it would need to be the first one. Lamont County Food Bank. And the other is an additional correspondence item 12.3. Their access.
All right, I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the September 9th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda.
Any questions or concerns? See none, all those in favor? It's carried by 0. And council's had the opportunity to review the minutes from August 26th. Any errors or omissions noted? If not, I will entertain a motion to adopt the minutes as presented.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the August 26, 2025 regular council minutes as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried by 0. Okay, we don't have any public hearings scheduled for today. However, we do have a fun item on the agenda, and that's some check presentations today. So, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna start out with the Lamont County Food Bank. Peter, you have any introductory?
Mr. Olson, do you have a summary, please?
So, as a result of the 12th annual Reeves Charity Golf Tournament, out in Ontario recently on the 21st of August, we have a check presentation today for the food bank. We had 144 golfers in attendance that day. Number of sponsors, 10 gold sponsors, number of silver, bronze, and whole sponsors. It was a great day overall. A little windy, but it was very enjoyable. We have Chris here from the county food bank that's going to receive the check from the Reeve, the big check, and then the actual check. And overall, it was very successful. Do you want me to mention the number now?
Yeah.
Okay, so the overall number raised with the 50-50 from the food bank was over $39,000. And so they've collected some of the money so far, and so 38,000 and change is the check that they'll be receiving today, which is a new record for the food bank. So we're pleased to be able to do that.
Okay, we have Jenna here from the leaders, so I think as council, if we all from here. Actually, I think we made it over to $39,000.
Yes, we have.
Chris, you want to come up here?
What's your name? So
Shane.
Shane Olson.
The economic development.
I think for everybody here. They'll hold the check there. Okay. And Roy, you hold the check here. And we'll do it this way, Chris. Is this gonna work? Very much.
Big pleasure to be able to talk to you.
Yeah, you've got.
Volunteers for the county of Lamont. Very much. Including us and be part of it. A lot of fun getting out there to do the 50-50, meeting a lot of the golfers as well.
Yep. And we appreciate you being out there and having a presence, and I'm sure the participants were glad to see the food bank people out there also. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. All right, next we have the scholarship presentation. Yes.
Yeah, Catholic State University. So hopefully in a young class.
People don't check dive when we available this.
Yeah.
We're just pretty faces
You?
here. Our county behalf, thanks Gabrielle for submitting an application. Council wishes for well and for full secondary education.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
The rest of our group is rowdy. I don't know. Yeah. Christian. That would be better. Luck to be out here for the costume. Yeah.
Congratulations.
School, me, and right in Bolton. Good, congratulations.
Thank you much. Much appreciated.
Okay.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Another one, yeah. Robbie,
We're waiting for the check to be drafted here.
we're almost running out of money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Small town, well, not even town, big city. Take a image.
Driving.
So. Other places, but she liked the fact that it's.
Yeah, a lot.
Even though there's a. Downtown.
Amazing.
We don't know how to be except for you guys. It's too many.
At the door. And then.
Whatever you do, so guys.
They're all getting
They're all in the middle there, post and check.
Thank you.
You know, the buildings leave that on this side.
Although I think it was something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Get you this one.
Yeah,
Standing stars.
heavy load.
Thank you.
Redoing your,
Nice one. This is, I'd like to say on behalf of the curling club, we'd like to thank the county for your support and it's a good start. So thank you very much for helping us out. And stop in for a cool one day. We know now we double it. Chickens. Okay, we're gonna say good luck and thank you. Yeah, thank you. Make some dust.
So this week is always. Yeah, it's usually, yeah. Thank you.
paper for all those pictures, Jenna?
Maybe things.
Maybe stretch it out over the next 3 weeks, I do.
Here.
So we move on, Mr. Reeve, and if the company will pick that up later.
Yeah, so we can move on to item number 8, sorry. And it will be business 8.1, the 2025 second triennial management report. Peter?
These to present the second annual management report. And you're, this is the second of three major reporting opportunities that we have during the year to report both on the business plan as well as on matters, financial matters, otherwise, including the balance sheet, income statement, our investments, our reserves, capital projects, etc. So I'll do the first part of the presentation. I'll hand it over to Mr. Boyd. Normally, the second period of January to August. However, because this September 9th meeting is likely your last meeting, federal election, we're recording in January to 11. Only August period will be included in the third or year-end. So you receive department reports more or less every 2 or 3 months during the year. During the peak season, you'll receive weekly reports from Public Works on their activities. You will receive regular reporting from Ag Services at the Ag Service Board. So this triennial report is dealing at a slightly higher level as dealing with the strategic initiatives the council has approved within your business plan, which represents progress towards your strategic plan. As I've said before, the business plan is a roadmap that guides the implementation of your strategic plan, and it provides council and staff a unified focus for 2025 beyond that baseline delivery of service. So this is the opportunity to keep you informed on progress and status of the business plan. I'm happy to say that things are going quite well. In terms of the second triennial period, 16 initiatives are complete, 25 are on track, on budget. We have one that's experiencing delays, and we don't see any that are experiencing major problems. So 41 out of 42 initiatives that are within this time horizon are either complete, on track, or on budget. If you look at the comparison between the first and second triennial reports, you'll see that we moved about 9 items up to complete, and those that on track and budget remain at one. So we've got 2/3 of the year behind us, and feeling pretty good about how things are going. The one area where we are experiencing delays is in the area of the quarterly external newsletter. This is due directly or perhaps indirectly to available communications capacity. We have not fully utilized the additional contract communications support council approved in the budget. So we realistically needed to identify that one as experiencing delays. So if you turn now to page 44, I'll hit some of the highlights. Initiative 1.1 has sub-initiatives A to H. In general terms, we have addressed the statements of concerns to the satisfaction of Alberta Environment and Partners. We actually exceeded 1.1B. We did not just receive a preliminary certificate, we actually received a water license. That water license is now subject to mediation and, if necessary, appeal, and we're working in earnest with the people who have expressed concerns to alleviate those, and have a meeting as early as tomorrow with the mediator, and then the mediation occurs on October 2. We've engaged the economic representative. We've received 2 installments of the BIS grant, and we've engaged the owner's representative is actively working towards engaging the design engineer, which was scheduled for Q3 to Q1 of 2026. Detailed design has not started at Northwest Construction. In terms of page 46, other growth-related initiatives, the off-site levy program was not subject to update. However, it was reviewed. Go to 1.4, council has approved the sustainable revenue allocation policy. We have undertaken various enhancements to our FDEV program, including the GIS mapping, which council saw on June 10th. And work is underway for various videos and the relocation of that. 1.6, our work continues ensuring that we align with the DIS policies through the Heartland Association. We received significant, we did not receive the ACP grant to do that, therefore the scale of that work is being pulled back. In terms of goal number 2 on page 47, obviously, council approved the 20. One of our goals is to achieve approval of the 2026 budget. We reviewed the general budget. We approved the 2025 budget in council in April, and we are taking action per the approved schedule that council approved in April. We've undertaken some third-party citizen engagement through the survey that council saw at the last meeting. 2.4, you've seen the GIS strategy. 2.5, we have recruited all positions other than the development engineer, which we are awaiting a final investment decision by a significant developer before we do that. Fire services bylaw was approved. Homeowners were advised of the importance of insurance. And as I understand it, we now have all fire bylaws approved by the towns.
Who cares about the armrest?
In terms of goal number 3, accountability and transparency to the community, the 3-year business plan was developed and approved in February, which we're reporting on now. Ms. Benoit has taken the lead on the Access to Information Act implementation. We received some briefings on, as well as the implementation of common records management, which is moving ahead, although but somewhat slower pace given the access to information requirements. In terms of number 3, start at 3.5, we transacted leases as directed by council and domestic share of lands will occur in year 2. We've updated municipal planning commission processes. Those come into effect on November 1st once you've appointed new MEC. Council coffee talks in 2025 was 1 per division in the first half of the year. That's complete. This is the external newsletter one where, while we had hoped to be able to do 4 of them this year, we've done 1 and hope to do the second one this fall. We've done a high-level biannual check-in on the compensation strategy. Originally, our thought was that we would include it in this agenda, and you can see this agenda is very heavy, like we will include it in presentations to a new council elected may or may not have budgetary implications. In terms of goal number 4, the capital plan has been implemented. Reflect on all of the fleet that is purchased. If I'm not mistaken, just about all of it is delivered. Refinement of the 5-year capital plan will occur in Q4. We showed council an initial view last month. In terms of our gravel pit strategy, we did not need to pursue licenses yet. We do have plans to do that in Q2 of 2026. We've done some remediation on the Welleschuk pit. We will start mining in the Alberta Transportation Pit later this year, if not already. Contracted crush is not scheduled at this time. We'll return to you. I'm not mistaken. Yeah. In terms of oil and gas abatement, we undertook a trial of a pilot of 8 locations as an extension of the dust abatement policy. That will likely be reported on as we go into 2026. Specific 2026 budget planning. The new council may or may not want to expand our dust abatement pilot to include those intersections. Experience has been that we have fewer washboards occurring when we use dust abatement all the way to the intersection. We've spoken with council about a 5-year program. The decision was to not pursue a 5-year program for dust abatement of the whole county or of oil in the county at this time. In terms of shoulder patrol program, we brought forward the council's approval of 25 to 29 program. Shoulder Gold Township 580 and are currently or just completed shoulder goal of Ranger 160. In terms of goal number 5, we've undertaken some strategic priority reviews, focusing in particular on the fire bylaw and the allocation of surpluses and tax rate discussions. I think we fit into that category. More fulsome review of the strategic plans like we do for January, February, so a newly elected council can put their fingerprints on it. We have initiated some funding strategy work on the Heartland infrastructure that's scheduled primarily for Q3 and Q4. In your decisions in May, you allocated surpluses to a non-res tax stabilization. We provided to you a report on the outside levy, and we will review infrastructure needs with council regarding the 2026 budget. Well, we have reviewed infrastructure needs with this council, and we'll address in the 2026 budget. There's a plan to initiate the agriculture master plan. You'll see it was scheduled for Q4 2025, therefore it's not really in the horizon. However, there has been some discussion, and we were directed by Ag Service Board to bring this forward in the 2026 budget. Land use bylaw 1-year checkup cleanup was completed. Heartland Road Corridor outreach meetings have been undertaken with CN, CPKC, and we're participating in a Heartland Red Study. In terms of promoting and supporting the election on page 54, initiative 6.1, you've received regular briefings with regards to the election, and those are enumerated there. Within a dedicated web page, social media posts with task forces being established. Staff and other poll workers are being trained. We're finalizing the electors register by September 15th with the province nomination day, of course, is on September 22. And the next steps are to execute the election. We took an orientation regionally. We undertook an election for candidates regionally early August, and we have local and regional orientations planned for October and November. 6.3, pursuit of options for gravel is not we still have 1 more year in our gravel contract. I expect these options are something that we will pursue early in 2026. Revisiting of the intermunicipal recreation cost share agreements is scheduled for at the end of the year. And certainly a discussion at the last regional CEO CAO meeting indicated that would be a matter for newly elected councils. You'll recall that we've pursued agreements with the towns and villages to put off review and renewal of ICF agreements till 2027 in accordance with the municipal order. Regional emergency management program is being implemented per the plan. You'll see we've had some meetings, we've done some training, we've had our rep reviewed with the field officer, rep regional emergency management plan. And we've engaged a summer student to refetch all the documents. That's done on behalf of the Regional Emergency Management Committee, not Lamont County. And as I mentioned in the regional orientation, there is an emergency management for elected officials scheduled for November 26th. Fire Services Master Plan report was delivered to all councils on April 15th. In hard copy, presentation and Q&A to 6 regional councils was done on May 5th. We will be seeking direction on that in the future. scored, was it 95% on the last health and safety audit? The next one is likely to occur in October, if I'm not mistaken. And you'll see items U1 to U18, which were unplanned initiatives of significance. So things that emerged that took some significant time and competed for staff capacity with planned initiatives. Be happy to answer any questions on those should you have any other ones there for your review. Once you have questions, you can pass it on to Mr. Boyko.
Maybe before we proceed, we do have our delegation here now.
Mhm.
So maybe let's pause on this particular item.
We can do that.
Here for my delegation or return. Okay, so we're gonna flip back to page 18 of our agenda. And we do have the RCMP from our three detachments, Vegreville, Two Hills, and Fort Saskatchewan joining us this morning. And they're going to provide us with an update as to what some of their activities have been and stuff. So I believe you've been in this room before. I believe you all know everybody, the counselors. So we'll leave it up to you to decide who's going to be first on the podium.
I think the first for Fort Saskatchewan.
Anyone gun going off?
That's correct.
But paperwork.
There's people downstairs. Morning, council. So yeah, just a quick update on Fort Saskatchewan for Q1. This last quarter was a little bit busier for us in Lamont County, particularly with Elk Island with free park access. Should get a little bit more attendance to that area. So we were busy with Elk Island National Park and we did a case of overtime out there. For human resources, last year we were quite short. We actually had a 31% vacancy, but this year we've seen a big uptick in our members. So of the 22 members, 8 of those are dedicated on the provincial side. We have 34 on the municipal side with Fort Saskatchewan. But we actually have 8 of 8 provincial members working in our detachment, including not including 2 out of 2 public service employees. So on the provincial side of the resources, we're making good. Within the detachment as a whole, we have 4 hard vacancies. So I mean, we've had transfers out; those positions aren't occupied. But we have 4 members incoming. They've already been identified. They're either just waiting to get position for those. So we have 4 members coming in and 3 soft vacancies. So overall, we're actually really good with Fort Saskatchewan compared to some of the more rural detachments that I'm sure are getting a little bit more. From January 1st to August 31st, Lamont in the Lamont area and Lamont County represented 66% of our total calls. So that includes Elk Island, Brewer and Chittenden. So we had 66% of our rural calls for Fort Saskatchewan detachment in Lamont County. From January 1st to August 31st, we had 1,422 calls for service. That includes Stroud and Forsyth. So in regards to policing priorities that we set, 3 main priorities that we identified: property crime reduction, police community relations, and traffic enforcement, traffic safety, road safety. For property crime, we've taken initiative with the increase in resources. We've been able to fill our operations support side. That includes a traffic member and crime reduction, 2 crime reduction members. So that's where we're going to hopefully see an uptick in some of our proactive policing, and we have seen it already. We deploy 8 vehicles in an initiative to try to get vehicle theft down and get a vehicle, try to get somebody to steal that vehicle. Community relations, we're all about interacting or attending the communities. Our community policing resource member is very proactive in getting out there. And our traffic enforcement. We do have a dedicated traffic member now, Constable Brian. He is a municipal member of Fort Saskatchewan, but he has access to come out. He has free reign to come out. He's got a fair bit of time in Lamont County. Some national statistics. We're seeing a downtrend, which is good on majority of our property crime, which is what the rural areas primarily focus on. So the break and enters are actually trending a few points, nothing significant, but that just fluctuates with stats depending on who's affected or not. But that vehicle is one that would be worth notably of noting. We went from last year, January to August, quarter one, we went 41. This quarter we have 19, so that's a lot of all the other stats when you're looking at, you know, five difference between 5 occurrences that fluctuates. That's not really worth noting. We had 2 fatalities within the county traffic fatalities. Both of those were on Highway 16. One was a single vehicle collision, went off the road, and another one was a pedestrian that was on the road that was struck by the other. So we did have 2 fatalities. Just a couple files of interest from the quarter. We had the fire at Ukrainian Village that started off this spring when it was dry. Breaking into the Brewerheim liquor store. Couple breaking enters to wild ice within the county as well that we're watching. And we've also saw a couple of breaking enters to churches within one county. Some of them I don't think are being reported to police. We gotta remember if there's anything like that, we'll let the CPOs know, but we'll also let our detachments know, because that's where we're tracking and use our animal awareness to kind of monitor crime trends at the same individual. Yeah, and increase in calls for scams. We had a couple calls where it was people calling to say that they're Service Canada or identifying themselves as Service NP. We're seniors being targeted that. We'll focus on that. We did have a fraud unit last year, but that will just be part of our community engagement. So we are doing some fraud awareness presentations to address that. Those are really the main highlights for Fort Saskatchewan. I don't need to go into a whole lot of detail in regards to crime and statistics. I know you guys saw the numbers. If there's anything that stood out, I'm certainly able to answer. But overall, if there's any questions regarding Fort Saskatchewan attachment, I'd be happy to speak to them now.
So any questions? Wanting more calls in Elk Island National Park.
That was just with the free park access, the free instead of having to pay for the national parks. So we just partnered with the national parks there and sent out proactive overtime resources weekends when they have like the night skies kind of planned operation where we know that there'll be an increase.
And kind of positive to hear that your staffing concerns are somewhat not as big of an issue as what they have been historically.
Yeah, our detachment is important. That all fluctuates even as we speak. I anticipate I'll probably have 1 or 2 more vacancies coming in, but we are pretty good overall. Just in the general, our student Alberta and the PA speak to that. Like, we do have an uptake in our recruiting. We're seeing a lot more applicants coming through. It's just a matter of processing them. Alberta will be getting a dedicated troop from depot in September. We already have 28 members identified for those. Hopefully, our detachment won't see any, but with smaller detachments in the rural, hopefully we'll see an increase in some of those cadets. As they should be the first postings out there before they come to the city for SAS.
All right.
It's not good on the vehicles in the field now, everybody harvesting and stuff. On Thursday I called in, there was a couple natives driving around town, and we were going with 3 pickups taking stuff to family wedding. We were pulling stuff we filled up near Starin is down. I called it in, I didn't get a response. 14 hours later, the constable phoned me from the first, and I said, I'm pretty sure they're probably gone.
Yeah.
And I phoned friends that are just east of the church, see if they got them on cameras, checking their yard out and stuff. And they said the patrol car in town, but anyways, they It was very suspicious the way they were staring us down and what they were driving and who they were.
I remember that, I heard that call from on the radio. So sometimes when, it depends on how it gets dispatched. I don't like hearing the 14 hours later, you gotta call back. Ideally, we have more of an update on that. But there was a member that attended, right? So, quite often the members will come out and patrol the area. I would hope that a call will be made relatively quickly and let them know of an update, but yeah, you're 100% right. Like you say, the guys are out harvesting now. There's vehicles in the traffic. You know, it's hard to say, and it's easy in my spot. I also I live in Parkland County. I live in the country too, and I have agriculture. We gotta lock our vehicles up, right? And in those situations, like it's gone are the days where you can leave the keys in ignition, right? That will be the main focus to reduce theft of vehicles.
Ours are along the highway. I'm sick and tired. I get in the vehicle, no keys. I gotta go get the keys. I'm wearing the door out. In the morning, it takes an hour to take the equipment back to the field and an hour. So we're losing 2 hours of sleep just moving equipment back and forth.
Yeah.
And it's in the dark at night, so it's not good. So.
There's been an increase in industrial activity along Highway 15 with the construction of the new Dow facility and the Shell Scotford, what's traffic like there? Like, is that an issue or is it
Yeah,
basically smooth flowing?
traffic's an issue for sure. Obviously, all through highway, like within the city, Highway 21, Highway 15, coming out to Dow. We don't actually get a whole lot of calls over there, probably because it's so congested at times, right? That there's not much to do. Some traffic complaints in regards to excessive speed and unsafe driving habits, but no, for the most part, it's busy, but don't have an increase in call.
Thanks.
The quarterly report for the Beggarville. So, same thing with Fort Saskatchewan, our priorities this year for annual correspondence, crime reduction, including property crime, and church trafficking, enhanced road safety. And the first quarter, the RCMP conducted 93 offender management checks, and these checks result in one flip of getting charged with the breach of terms and conditions. So our strategy for the crime reduction is to focus on the lowest percentage of the people who die to crime. So that entails curfew checks nightly, sometimes twice, 2-3 times a night on them, make sure they're following the orders of the conditions. Enhanced road safety during the first quarter of the year, CP in Beggarville issued 238 violation tickets, including moving traffic, non-moving traffic, intersection-related offenses, and distracted driving. We also issued five provincial suspensions during the first quarter for impaired operation motor vehicle. So that number is great to see. That includes municipality of Beggarville as well as the province for the provincial side, they're rural. So I didn't break those numbers up, but 230 violation tickets in 3 months is a pretty good number of them. So with the resources that we have. Community public engagement during the first quarter, Beggarville took part 41 community events, community outings. This included school visits, education centers, basketball, youth, and other town events. So as school gets back going here, that number will come up. We see it's tough to do that proactive stuff in the schools during the summer. We go down, we try to get that back up. We have a member designated to their school, and they are in there, so we've done a lot of education stuff there. So as far as staffing goes, we're seeing the same trend as for Saskatchewan. We're up full right now. I anticipate like my guards that it's a very dynamic situation from day to day. I had another member, we were up to on par for members as of last week. I had another member go ODS. It sounds like it's gonna be long-term ODS positions gonna be probably vacant for a while. And then we have 2 recruits. So for 6 months, they're in a par with another member. So you kind of lose that resource for that 6 months, but at least there's a light at the end of the tunnel there, right? So that's good. Our numbers are coming up. As far as crime stats go, we're kind of seeing the same trend as for Saskatchewan. Persons crimes are down, property crimes down over a 5-year trend. We're still up,
but for the first quarter, we're down, which is the number that we like to see. And I would like to think that's contributed to the enforcement that we do with our prolific offenders. We know it's a very small population and a very high percentage of the crime volume, so we can just focus on those, you know, half a dozen people that are doing these crimes. You'll see this number come down substantially over a quarter when we have 5 certain people in jail for that quarter, right? That speaks volumes as to who's doing the crime. And then our other criminal code, which includes offensive weapons, should increase the wide reaches down to 29%. That's a good number. Our traffic stats is up 36%, which is great to see. That's a number you want to see up. That's a proactive category. So when we're out there doing proactive police work and stopping the vehicle, that's where you're going to see that number increase. So as it plays into our annual performance plan, we want to see that number up 36%. That's a great number to see. It means that we're actually our annual performance plan. So that's a fantastic number to see. And other than that, I think it's all I have for the annual quarterly policing. And then obviously the issues that we're having at on Highway 16 at the 185, right? That's something that I don't know what the action plan is going to be. I know that there's been some push from your end on that intersection. It astonishes me that nothing's been done with the intersection yet. I hope that we can get some traction, getting some reduction in speed there or some traffic control device there. But
Do you have any indication of what the French government is planning to do there?
I don't. I know. I sent the report. I sent some stats off to Darcy here about a month back, I think, and we were working on kind of a joint kind of thing there to put some push on the transportation side of the house. I don't know where that's at.
The stats you provided were used in the letter that was sent to the minister. I think councillors read in the newspaper that I remember if it was the minister or one of his people indicated that signalization of that intersection, dropping the speed were not options, which is strange because that happens somewhat regularly on the highway network. I don't think that discussion is over. I just don't know what the next step is. And we did provide that information to Sergeant Polk so that they were aware and they could support it at their end as well.
Yeah, I think collectively we have to keep pushing that issue until some things change there, because I don't know how many lives we need to see lost at that intersection.
Well, that was the question I asked the minister. How many lives have to be before we do anything there?
Yeah, you know, and it's to me, it's easy to sit back and say, well, there's a million intersections exactly like that on Highway 16 from the minister to it's, and they don't have the issues there. This is driving pattern. This is driver failure to yield and whatever it is. But at a certain point, it becomes irrelevant as to what the intersection is. The reality is that it's killing people.
Yes.
You know, so we can't look at it and say, well, there's a million other intersections just like it, so you know, it's driving behavior that's causing problems. Well, I mean, maybe that's true, but the reality is lowest common denominator. It keeps happening at that intersection. There's a reason for it. So are we going to sit back for 10 years and try to analyze the reason, or are we just going to lower the speed by 30 kilometers an hour to try to avoid some of these fatalities? To me, it's just it's a no-brainer, and it's frustrating that we're not getting traction.
Yeah, when I was 16, gets caught in 80 zone at their main intersection where the highway goes and
It's all over the. Yeah. Going into Fort Saskatchewan too, there's 2 sets of lights long before you get into Fort Saskatchewan. You just slow those vehicles down before they get in there. It's you know, a light system there. We all know an overpass is probably not going to happen for a very long time, but the costs associated with that. The set of lights probably is not going to happen, but like, let's be proactive and at least slow it down to 80. Let's start there and see what happens, you know. And ultimately, if we need to set traffic lights there, I don't see why we wouldn't have one. But you know, I don't think there's a overwhelming cost to go out there and hang out a couple 80-mile-an-hour signs, and then I send my traffic, you know, my team out there to sit for the first month everybody that does 86 kilometers an hour is gonna get a ticket through there to send a message that it's 80 kilometers an hour. We have to start somewhere. And it's frustrating.
Yeah, that, reminders, the government is working on the development of an interchange there. I believe there was an open house about a year ago in Madera where they presented 3 different designs as far as that, interchange to move traffic through there. So the interchange is, definitely under consideration, but as you indicated, that could be 3 to 5 years down the road, because if it's just the formulation stage, there's still the engineering, and then it's got to hit the government's 3-year budget or whatever, and they have to find the dollars for it. Yeah, it's disappointing because when you talk to the people regarding that interchange from the government, like, to me, reducing the speed limit would be a no-brainer. Putting lights there would be a no-brainer. I mean, there are other places where that's done, so I don't understand. For the deputy read, we did get red flashing lights installed at the intersections there.
Yeah.
You know, that doesn't seem to have really had that much of a, it's hard to say though, right?
Yeah. It took many years for that too.
Well, I mean, the reality is at 110 kilometers an hour at that intersection with all those blinds, lots of people turning east into traffic backs up in the westbound turning lane, it backs up in the eastbound turning lane, and you can't see across the lanes 2 and 3, and people are pulling out. You got semis backed up all the way there, so if you're talking 110 kilometers an hour, versus 115, those NBCs are happening at probably the time you get on the brakes and realize what's going on at 100 kilometers an hour. And people are, if it's 80 kilometers an hour, you know, you might still have a collision, but maybe they're at 7. Or maybe that's 18 months. So, something needs to be done.
Yeah, it gives more reaction time to us, to both parties involved in it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, the, that part of the county, that's major concern, and we've written letters to the minister, and I think other people have done the same, so hopefully at some point we get some traction here. Sure.
Yeah, I hope so. Maybe they can come up there with those vehicles and do that intersection.
Any other questions for Staff Sergeant Volk?
Pretty good. There you go.
Morning. I'm gonna go over everything they did because we're very similar. In staff, go over a few things though. We have been able to convince a couple of our healthy clients to move locations. One down to Camrose and one down to Vermilion, which uptick their criminal activity, but ours went down. One remanaged himself up in Grand Prairie with a steel number semi. So he has left our area for a time, which our, as soon as they left, our break-in enters went down significantly. And to me, that's exciting for our area because it is so vast. As far as our staffing goes, we were doing really good. We had 2 admin, all my guys are on the road. We lost 1 admin to a promotion, so now my guys are back in doing their own core packages, trying to keep up with everything we've done. On a good note, I do have 1 in the process, and we should have her hired by end of this month, beginning of next month. So that's an encouraging thing. Right now I have 3 constables out of 4. My 4th one is in training. As Staff Sergeant Paul said, it takes time for them to get on the road. But he's come a long way, and I'm really encouraged by his production and his performance. He's going to be a strong performer. On that note, then I also have a constable leaving in October. He is heading out, and thank goodness staffing, again, they've picked up their game. I have to give them credit, and I have another one coming in right away. So we will have one, he graduates around end of October, so he'll be here beginning of November. And that gives my guy time to move out of that force house and the other one to move in. So they are getting them there quicker. Michael's been up since April. It's turning him into RoboCop, so he had knee surgery, and which they put in a new knee, and he looks like to be mobile and back end of September here, beginning of October. So that's really encouraging. So hopefully we don't have a member leaving now till next year. That will be Quinn, so we should be pretty good for a little bit here. As far as call volume, our inherits are up this year. We've got 15 so far to date, which is higher than last year. And that's very encouraging, and my dad's been up there proactively doing that. Our sex assaults are up this year for some reason, so we're up a little higher. As you have seen in the media, we did get one client taken off the road, and he was just convicted for 7 years in jail, which was an encouragement for me anyway, to see him off. Theft of motor vehicles have dropped significantly. I don't know why. Due to maybe training of people pulling their keys out, not warming their vehicles up with them open, people locking things up. We dropped from 33 last year to 14 this year. So that is an encouragement. So hopefully education and mindfulness of people is coming along. Our mental health fact is still up there, but it's something that we're going to have to deal with for the foreseeable future. We're like Seth, our folks said, we're also doing high risk offender checks constantly. We've been every day, and we dealt for the first time with a person with an ankle bracelet on. So that was new to us. We went and checked on him once, went back to check on him, and he had cut it off and run away. So he's in Edmonton, and we're trying to figure out where he is there. And that's an EPS problem. This year, Andrew's school opened again, so we've done every check on traffic in the morning. The first morning I did 17 stops of people speeding to encourage them to slow down a bit. And so that people were quite shocked that the school was open, but I had to point out too that it's also a playground room, so it's never changed. So it was just a wake up call for them. Other than that, our annual performance plan, again, it's not going to change because we see the priorities. And these are not the order. One is traffic, impaired driving, traffic slumps. That's how we get a lot of our break-in enters too when we get called out to rural for suspicious vehicles. That's been a real good thing when people are getting engaged, calling us out, and then we're out there more engaged, and especially in the Lamont area. Fortune staffing, if they can keep their bad guys to themselves, we'd appreciate it. But they can come out and get us and then go back, run back to the city. So we're working at that. Police community relations and our visibility, getting out there, just being on the road. And then of course, property crime reduction for theft, like we're doing hotspot patrol, and proactive patrol. And we have a WhatsApp group going for that neighborhood watch. So other than that, that's about all I had. Our fraud is down a little bit, and I think the town and that brought in an independent fraud person to come give a presentation, which was good. If you sons of
Just the comment in your 17 traffic stops in Andrew, I think the leader, I think Jenna, you wrote the story. You got added coverage and the warning was put out there because Jenna had an article in the leader in regards to the 17, that was 15 or 17 stops that you did. And that's good. I mean, like you say, the speed limit on that part never changed because there was a playground there, so a good reinforcement too.
That was within a half an hour.
Yes. Yeah.
You couldn't wait to drop the kids off.
No, maybe that was.
No, other than that, I know again, rural crime watch, like on
Facebook page and stuff, it doesn't seem to be as much stuff happening as what there was historically. I don't know, Aaron, in your,
I know it died down. We're still getting one or two around the Chin area. We're still being followed. See you guys out there quite often again.
Between Veg and us, like we do it for Saskatchewan, but between Veg and us, we work very, very closely together. Stefan and Volk and I have a good work relationship where our guys intermingle and when they're closer, we hit each other's area. So that has been a big bonus for that.
but it's good to hear that all three detachments, that the staffing issues aren't what they were a little while ago here. And the fact that some of these hardcore criminals are finally getting put away or transferred to other areas, I guess that's a positive, right? Maybe Prime Minister Carney will change the criminal code a little bit to deal with these people a little more harshly. I guess that I don't tell. Question to all three detachments. I don't know who wants to answer it, but have the new sheriffs had a positive impact on your jobs?
I think throughout the years, like, our relationship with the sheriffs have changed. So like, for us, we just shut down 2 homes, one within the city of Fort Saskatchewan, one within Sturgeon County, utilizing SCAN. They're safe neighborhoods. They have the traffic teams. We don't see the benefit of the traffic teams, but in essence, I think we have to start looking at policing with the sheriffs almost as a tiered approach of service. So, you know, I use the example of SCAN. That is a good resource of those members. You don't want trained police officers out there sitting on a house watching to shut down a property. That is a good use of resources. I think, and from the RCMP aspect, we need to look at where we put our priorities. We're up in better shape staffing wise, but do we need to focus on core public safety and have the sheriffs delegate down to do traffic safety? But even with that, then there's a change of authorization and investigative capabilities. So we day to day, I don't think there's a detachment out there that has a negative interaction. I think that the workings of the sheriffs work jointly with them. Just at the provincial level, we need to figure out where the dust is going to settle.
Were the sheriffs brought in more for crimes and for traffic and stuff this time around? Our premier was bragging they got more staff. Crime is going to go down.
It is where you get funded though, and that's what people need to like. We are the provincial service. Everybody talks about like it doesn't matter to get the stripe on our uniform. I'm an Albertan, born and raised, right? I don't know about these fellows, but majority of them are. I don't speak French. I'm cruising through the ranks pretty good. I work for Alberta. My job is in Alberta, right? So we're talking about Fort Saskatchewan has 8 provincial resources. Well, if you want an increase through that provincial number, you need to pay for it. And it doesn't matter if it's a sheriff or if it's an RCMP member. It costs money. And if you want to put a helicopter in the sky or you want a dog, a police dog, you need to pay for it, right? And that's where under the Provincial Police Service, you have the Provincial Police Service Act, right? So we're the contract Provincial Police Service. What's you get the motivation of like you know the quick what's those teams called, like the rapid response, right? I haven't seen an increase in that when you get the quickest car. Usually you're gonna have an RCMP member attend, right? And if it's Fagerville or if it's Fort Saskatchewan or Two Hills, whoever's the closest car will attend. We use that all the time in Redwater. We take a lot of calls off Redwater because we're up in that neighborhood. So in regards to criminal code or public safety, no, I haven't seen anything on that. I actually don't even see much for the sheriff traffic. Is it also, if you're funding the sheriffs due to the traffic, well, then who's doing our prisoner transport? So when Two Hills gets a prisoner remanded, so it should be a sheriff, but if it's not a sheriff available, that's falling to the RCMP detachment. And now you have to take it to the detached member out and transport that prisoner on remand. So, yeah, there's still a lot of things to get sorted out.
It's not you guys, but my buddy's truck was stolen in the morning from the field. He pulled the fuel trailer home and hooked it, and then I was going to the city for parts, and there were 3 brand new sheriff trucks in Fort Saskatchewan doing radar, people coming north from the north-south across the bridge. So I gave my buddy a call. He says, hey, everything's looked after, the new sheriff's government hired. They're looking for your truck. If they come speeding into the port, they'll watch you drive by because it'll be a high speed chase. You gotta let it go. So so you feel better, right?
Yeah.
All it does is drive insurance up and tickets. So that
And
more
even less and less. I'll call spade a spade when she talks about, I have no idea what she's talking.
no.
No clue. We're not seeing the sheriffs anywhere. Their mandate now is a certain provincial or criminal code matters that they can deal with. I know up in the Vermilion area, a couple months back, they pulled over a person in a stolen vehicle, actually stopped, and it's within their mandate to do possession of stolen property. The members that were there, the sheriff people, had no idea what to do. Their mandate is to arrest them, bring them to the nearest RCMP detachment. They are supposed to be conducting the paperwork and the bail hearing and processing that person. They called the RCMP in to come and deal with it. They had no clue that that's even their mandate. So the people that are, in my opinion, that are out on their road working with the sheriff, they have no idea what their mandate even is. Prisoner transport. They came last week to take one of our prisoners to the city for us because that's not our mandate, that's theirs. This individual refused to tell them their name, so they refused to take him. They just said, we're not taking him if he won't tell us who he is. We know who he is. We've arrested him 20 times. They just said, sorry, we're not taking him, and they left. They walked out the door. So then we had to bring somebody in on overtime with the RCMP that's billed back to the province to take this person to the remand center because we can't guard this person for 3 or 4 days. He just didn't want to say his name. So this is the service that we're seeing in rural from the sheriff. So when she starts talking about this, implementing the sheriffs, and the stuff that they're doing, I don't. It's other language. Yeah, I haven't seen any.
That's what I was getting out of the sheriff. So you guys, been better off to get more RCMP and stuff. They can do something. And that 14-hour call, obviously the vehicle is scouting for half an hour, another 15 minutes, they're out of town. By no means am I ready for 14 hours, don't get me wrong. Just, that's what I got the call back.
I haven't planned out if they take over. I'm going home for about 4 weeks, and then I'll come back when I get the phone call.
Well, I think it also raises a good point of, we talk resourcing, but we're all drivers, right? And the criticism that is made on there is that we can't staff our ranks. Well, guess what? Edmonton City Police, Calgary City Police, Lethbridge, Ontario Provincial Police, all have the same. In fact, like I have contacts in Australia that they're struggling. People just don't want to be police officers anymore, right? And there's a whole array of reasoning behind that. So you're not going to see an increase of applicants or qualified applicants, right? Yeah, it's problematic, and you're 100% right. If you want the police service, then pay for it, right?
Schedule release, you guys, it's discouraging, right?
It's a very competitive market now too, right? When you have experienced members, they're jumping from enforcement agency to enforcement agency. So unless you're going to sweeten that pot for the sheriff provincial police force and pay quite a bit more than what the RCMP are paying, you're not going to have those members patch over like they think they are. And when you do get into the market competitively at a wage where you're going to see a lot of people patch over with the RCMP, I think we better reassess what our budget is for provincial police force at that time.
Then we had on Saturday night between St. Michael, 3 miles out of St. Michael, like driving in and out of fields. Made a fella checking pickups, but thank God everybody had the keys hidden or out, right? So.
Was it call me?
Yeah, I don't know if they called it in. It went on our group chat. Okay. And we were up at Warwick at a wedding and the phones were working in the building we were at, but I called in so that yeah, and then he was heading straight west of St. Michael, so 562 and 45, 2 east, 2 north of Brew Drive. Yeah. We popped up there, that's where we are in the corner, but our camera showed you turn the corner and went to Brew Drive. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Staff Sergeant, Lindy, Staff Sergeant Polk, and Sergeant Henry. I think our priorities still remain crime reduction, enhanced road safety, and enhance public confidence and engagement. I think that's kind of the three areas that we're still would like your detachments to concentrate on. The RMA convention is coming up in November here. I'm not too sure whether we'll be around to attend that or not, but if there is a message you would like us to take, because normally at the convention, we meet with the commanding officer from K Division. So if there is a particular message you want us to take, I believe last time we took the staffing issue with us and the catch and release principle, which maybe if you keep talking to these people and helping them, they do make the resources available and stuff. So, but we have to get the RCMP back to where people choose it as an occupation because they're proud to be part of something that has the history that the RCMP has. And it seems like we've lost a little bit of that in the last little while here. So we have to reestablish that pride in wearing the uniform and protecting the citizen.
Or a good point that you might want to bring up is because we have a new command officer, Trevor Drew. So just to kind of seek out clarity on the relationship with him being in place, how their expertise relationship is with the government of Alberta. I think a good inquiry bring him to me.
And bring up the positive. That another.
I talked to you at one point, Sergeant Henry, regarding mental health aspect of the RCMP, what they're going through now, and to make sure that the resources are available for the RCMP to deal with the crap you guys have to deal with on an ongoing basis, right? And I know two of those had a real bad incident a couple of years ago here, and it's not sure if everybody's fully recovered from that particular incident. So. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah,
By the way, I did go through a check stop at the four-way stop at 45 and 831 a couple months ago here.
I hope you did well.
Thanks for being out there. Have a good day. Great. See you.
There's the radio on the table. Oh, that's mine. Oh. Okay.
Any comments on there? Excellent report this time around.
Good.
With the different respect.
Well, it's just disappointing they hired all the sheriffs to help roll crime and they're doing speed traffic for Saskatchewan. And guys' pickups are stolen at the same time, just drive around the country like. All it does is give people's insurance to go up and it's more money back to the government. So.
We have a resolution, Mr. Reed.
Yep.
to accept.
There is a resolution on the bottom of page 1. There's no further questions. Somebody want to put the resolution on the table?
I'll make a motion that Black County Council accept the presentation from RCMP Detachment Sports Saskatchewan, Sergeant Scott Lindy, Bigelow Sergeant Colin Folk, and Two Hills Sergeant. That are Sergeant David Henry has information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yeah. Carried. 5-0. Okay, maybe we'll revert back to the second triangle report. Before you begin, Rodney, I do have one question to Peter. We did authorize in last year's budget to hire contracted communication support. Any reason why we haven't done that yet?
It's about capacity to delegate, frankly.
Yeah, and exactly, capacity delegating, it's, I've got quotes from a couple of contractors, we didn't pick one. We don't want to waste the resource, we have the ability to delegate some of these things along, so. We do intend on bringing that resource on the last quarter year.
Maybe we gotta concentrate more on towns and stuff. That's
That's what it's gonna be about.
there's some stuff coming in there. I don't know why it's even on our websites.
Well, a lot of the stuff there's pre-programmed things on social media, essentially to gain traction, so that the more times that there's things are posted, the higher it goes on the algorithms with social media. So there's a lot of the stuff that's brought along that's just reposted from the instead of declared and that kind of thing. So it's about growing our yes, we post something else. Yeah. Others just see it. So we see more of our stuff. Yeah. And the more likes that are on there, then of course that shows up more in the individual's social media.
I read somewhere here, we should send it the agenda. We haven't really initiated key performance indicators, right?
So as far as knowing how much traffic our Facebook page is getting, or Twitter is getting, or X is getting.
We were, then the algorithms changed and we're no longer getting some of those details off because they don't want to share that from the providers. So we're trying to find the best way to be able to get those again. So yeah, that's part of, we actually had some really good ones originally with our website and with social media about a year and a half ago.
But in the last 3 years, we're actually reporting the growth year over year in HCV kids.
Yes.
But now the
Yes.
system that we use is no longer delivering that data.
Yes.
You're looking at item 2.3 on page 4.7, and you'll notice that we set a target to start develop ABIs in Q2 and Q3 of next year. To proceed on a measured basis. So I saw that on that.
Yeah, and then the big part about the KPIs is we need to make sure that we can actually report. So we don't want to build data that you can't report. So
Replicate it.
yes,
Year to year or quarter to quarter.
so a lot of that is the GIS department right now is looking at those areas and doing things that we know that we can't. So for instance, being able to analyze the greater beats from using the GPS to be able to go, okay, how many times did this road get graded in relation to the rainfall in the area, so forth, those type of KPIs. So it's determining what statistics we can gather and then developing the KPIs out there.
On page 58, under U11, the first Can for Community Investment Federal Grant for $64,250. What's that all
about? That is a grant that economic development was able to obtain from the federal government. So looking at translating the website was one of the activities, translating the website into other languages so that foreign investment can look at our area and be able to see the information in their language is one of the things. I'd have to ask Mr. Olson when I don't have all of the details, but the idea is to drive foreign investment to Lamont County. And we've had some interest from Germany. We've had a couple of other areas that are that are coming along. So this is essentially a grant that we didn't have to add any money to it. It's just directly from the federal government for 100%.
Said, in your report, Range Road 164 shoulder pull was completed in August. So we did the 4 miles.
So we completed the first 2 miles, as of this week. We started it in August. The first 2 miles we completed by the end of this week. We have another 2 months to continue on this one.
That'll be done later.
Yes, so depending on, whether we have another project. That finds up the best, so we can get that down. Project. Beats.
Seam dust controls will be replaced on the first 2 miles. Maybe another question I have, Peter, for the not started, like I see some of them are implemented 2026, right? Like I look at the KPI one, not started, not in planning horizon, implemented in 2026. So at the end of the year, it could just be shown as.
So when council was considering the recommendations, so the Lamont County Council, their administration, either reported that they further at the 25 plan 6028. So I expect that will emerge as in the planning horizon in 2026. That's why we're only saying 41 and 40 billion, but there are actually 54 initiatives identified in the 3-year plan. Some of them are in year 2, some of them are in year 3.
Yeah, I think looking at the report, lots of good work, very, very positive on executing on the on business plan for sure. And then even with the 18 unplanned ones, lots of good work and effort put into those.
Well, and Mr. Reed, I'll admit that what we tried to do is identify those that were significant. Obviously, there's these are the ones that are somewhat significant, the resources.
Page 59, U18, our land water station. It's had a birthday and a half already. What, any idea when we're gonna get that new pump in there?
So as mentioned to council a couple meetings ago, we had just the engineer that originally designed the station. We've got a lot of back and forth. We essentially got away from them. They're not understanding our need for that. So we're currently trying to work with the county, get an engineer that will actually allow us work with us for what we need, so we can get that implemented.
Do a lot to do the same here. He's done.
We've been to Chipping. Unfortunately, their system is designed for it. Our issue is we are redesigning it, so it's actually how we install that on the existing structure. The way that structure was built, we can't take out that cell in service. So that's our issue, is how we put it in while keeping the cell in service.
What gets me is it used to work good. And then we had one water guy, and I don't know what he did. The guys that designed the building, put it back to what it was, and we'll have good water flow. There's a bunch of people now over the contributor, and again, there's no faster filling.
And so we were trying to work with the engineering firm that designed it. Fortunately, they weren't understanding our need, and their estimates were just engineering services and their entire construction.
Mr. Dietz has indicated an expectation that it should be able to be done by December 31st. But hopefully that's the case.
Questions?
Something I would like to mention is later in the agenda, we have a briefing on the water project, and that'll provide more indications of some of the next steps on NFPA 1.1 8.
So, the financial section of this, so, page 60 is the part of the financials, a statement of financial position. So currently, the county has healthy financial assets, totaling 48.6 million, and that's in that top section on on page 60. We have also have healthy reserve balances. Accumulated surplus is $26 million. Cash investments are up due to the timing of the tax collections, which is was deadline between 30th. And taxes receivable are reason for this time of the year. The second section, the liabilities that stayed stable at $14 million. And there really are no concerns at that point with the amounts that are there. Over to the bottom section, just wanted to highlight the additional information. So there's a number of things that we hold that actually don't have a place on the financial statements. So we've added the additional information just for council to be aware of. Road approach deposits, as council is aware, the policy was set so that agricultural producers did not have to put money out for their deposits. A check would be held. So currently there are 2 checks that are in the vault for road approach deposits of $7,000. So that's in alignment with county policy. There is 1 letter of credit from industry for $1.6 million, and that's related to the new offsite levy on our coast. And there's currently 38 bonds that are held in the vault for road use agreements, and those total $6.7 million. And that's because we have a high industry use of our roadways. And so those road use agreements are put in place so that if there's damage, that we have the ability to draw on those bonds to repair them. We have at this point of the year, $15.3 million consolidated surplus. You see that on the bottom of the financial position, but that carries over to page 61, which is the variance to actual report. And the page 41 shows it in some of the words, but I'll just kind of walk through some of the highlights. This is for the period ending July 31st, 2025. And at that point in time, 58% of the year is behind us. So that's your reference number that when you look at the third column in each of those little sections, that is the number that you want to use as your benchmark. So currently in the revenues, Montana is operating on 104% of the budgeted revenues. And that's a lot of that is due to the grants that are being used for capital. They have to flow through this statement to be shown on our financials. So for expenses, however, we are at 41.71%. So that 41% obviously isn't good because it's less than the 58. And so part of this is that one of the mandates that the management has put on the organization is to be efficient when possible. And so at this point, there are certain just some of the items of interest. So police taxes, 90.65% was collected by June 30th due date. And that's fairly in alignment with normal. We have a number of people who choose not to pay before the due date, and of course, we have penalties to incentivize people to do that. Fire and community peace officer were high, but that was due to the use of the grants. Just for council's information, in protective services, 72,000 of the revenue is for fire-related bills. The rest is for grants. Public works expenses are less than expected right now at 35.18%. So that's good to see. A lot of that's got to do with the savings on contracted trucking. And of course, additional information will be provided in a separate report from Public Works on that. Look into, and we'll talk about more. Is there any questions on that page? We can always come back to that as well. Flipping to page 62, that's a listing of our county investments. This was a request from council for the last couple of years. We've been including this in triennial reports, so you'll see that there's $26.8 million in investments at this point. We found that the best is through the specific their savings account for the specifically for the MUSH sector, which is municipalities, universities, hospitals. Interest rates on those are at the bottom. Current prime rate is 4.95%. Page 63 has the reserve balances at this point. So as mentioned earlier, we're still in a good position with our reserves. Page 64 and 65 are the financial part of the capital projects. And you'll see that most of these projects have been started or completed. Page 66 and 68 tells us what the status of those is. So blue is completed, green is ongoing, yellow and red would be at risk. There are no projects that are currently at risk. Majority of the projects are already implemented.
Anywhere where there was not a budget but an actual, see what they show in red bracketed numbers. Those are all things that brought.
That's good. Page 68 and 69 are the aggregate levy reported. So July to September, we are in the process right now gathering that information from the producers. We do have a couple of producers that we are continually chasing, and you'll see those are the ones that are in yellow. And then if you want to read it all over again, there's a couple of pages that are
program.
Yes, exactly. So page 74 has the health and safety report. If you want, we can pause and talk finances before we move on to the health and safety report.
With any questions, but yeah, it's good to see the healthy bank account balance, and right now we should be getting 3.31% on our savings accounts, so that'll be healthy interest revenue to help offset some of the accounting costs and stuff here.
Yes,
yeah, it's good.
Well, and that number will grow in a further report. You can see for a water line project, so I'll talk about that in another report. So page 74 or 75 is the health and safety report. So the purpose of this report is just to be able to give council the knowledge on what's happening in the organization. In regards to safety, safety is everybody's responsibility. So page 75 talks about the orientations. Having the people do orientations as they come on. It is a key part of knowing that what your individual roles and responsibilities are, and being able to start off your career right with the organization. Page 76, just some detail on what inspections are done. So you'll see that we don't inspect the same buildings every month. There are some buildings that are required to be done a little bit more often, such as the public works shop and the fleet shop, because there's a little higher risk things, there's cranes in there and so forth. The administration building is not one that's as high of a concern, so you only see that once every couple of months. Page 77 shows the.
Page 76 on the left-hand blue column. You've got wheat pool in the school building. What is it?
That's there's two storage buildings over at the public works yard. That's just the common name.
Oh, so the school building is the one we purchased?
That's
On the school, yeah.
yes.
The north side, okay, and the wheat pool is?
The one back when. It's that green shop they moved from the elevator. Chemical
Yeah, it's the chemical shop.
You got signs and stuff in it.
So page 77 has the incidents listed. So near miss is one that is good to see that because that means people are reporting things. So you'll see we have 5 near misses compared to 6 last year. The property damages are down. Injuries are up, but they're not necessarily some of these injuries are just minor injuries, but we report every injury that we can, other than, minor scrapes and such. So yeah, overall, we're seeing some of our incidents going down in numbers, which is a good thing.
I seem to recall that in the first triennial report, the trend was different.
The trend was different in the first triennial report. Yes, that's correct.
The concerns, you only had 2 concerns.
Yes, those were basically abuse from residents to staff.
They do or they don't?
They're yelling at the staff. People seem to want their vote fixed. But it's a very small.
It's a very small.
2 is.
So, Mr. Reed, on the overall, I'd say it's a very favorable report. As has been our practice, we ask you to receive this information to ensure that it's captured and corrected, but also to direct us to use it in further planning for the year and for next year.
Capital project, carpet was installed in the admin building here.
Yes, and tomorrow the front security entrance will be commenced as well. So anticipated that'll be a week.
So what's happening in the front?
Changing the desk over to be aligned better underneath that beam and creating a doorway for people after.
I don't know who picked the colors, but I like the color scheme.
I'll give Xavier that credit, so. I'm a guy, I don't know. I don't miss those things.
The impact on the noise and the way she does this is incredible.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions? Very well done and excellent reporting. Appreciate the information that's being provided to council here. So there's two recommended motions. They appear on page 2 of the, or page 2, I guess, or, we can go back to page 38. I move that the Lamont County Council receive the 2025 second triannual management report as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. And I will make the motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to use the report as the basis for further efforts during 2025, as well as planning for 2026 to 2028. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? You agree? Good. Carried 5-0. And I think we're due for a break. So we'll recess at 10:44 and reconvene at 10:59.
Yes. Microphone open.
All right, let's reconvene the September 9th, 2025 regular council meeting at 11:03. And we will now move on to item 8.2, Lamont County Properties, write-off of outstanding tax balances.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So this item is a little bit of a housekeeping item. The Lamont County has taken over 9 properties in the last 4 years from the tax sale. And these are the 4 most recent ones. Each of those properties had a tax owing balance from the previous owners. So when the county is the owner of the property, it is now considered non-taxable, and no tax notices are issued going forward. So the 4 properties that are listed here, tax roll 901 5000, 74 901, so listed there. Total balance right now outstanding is $8,770 in taxes. Those particular ones, administration is seeking to have council write those balances off. The amount is noted in the property, and if in the future we sell those properties, those tax amounts get recovered, and any additional charges. The second motion on there is for one that is for additional charges. So there is a tax roll that has an idle service charge by the power company that the county's paying and adding to that tax roll. It's $162. And so council administration is again asking council to write that off. So that when we sell that, we'll be able to recover that amount. So there is 2 motions separated for that purpose to show that the first 4 are the ones that were taken over in this last tax sale, and the second one is an ongoing. And for us to remove that service, then we'd have to pay to remove that service. We are listing that particular property in the tax in the next agenda item coming up in regards to the land sales, so that may be able to be recovered.
That one number, second, or the bottom one there, 066113000, is that, what division is that in?
I'm not sure.
Brings this theme to
That's where the hay is being made.
Oh, okay, got it.
Finished mailing Sunday.
Okay, any comments or questions? Pretty straightforward, I think.
I make a motion that Lamont County write off the tax balance for the 4 Lamont County properties acquired through the tax recovery process for $8,770.25.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried 5-0. And then I will make a motion that Lamont County Council write off the tax balance of $162.12 for tax roll number 027262010. Block 1, plan 1122096. Questions or concerns? Yes, maybe before I call the vote, is there any way we can curtail this power supply?
We can, we could have that removed, but then there's I believe it's a couple of $1,000 charge that service removed, so. That company has, gets you.
They got you.
When you put it in and if you take it out, so.
Don't pay the bill, they'll cut it
building problem.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item 8.3, copter request.
Mr. Reed, this is a recurring matter. This time the soaring club is making the application in September, as is required. Mr. Michael will tee it up again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tarnowski. So, council did see this, a couple of meetings ago in regards to the 2025 tax year. This is in regards to the 2026 tax year. So, we're on page 81 of the package. So as per the MGA, section 362(1) and 3B, a property that is used for a charitable or benevolent purpose that is used for the benefit of the public and owned by a not-for-profit organization that is exempt from taxation. And then section 362 says the council may by bylaw make any property that is exempt from any property that is exempt from taxation that the council considers appropriate. So this is the community organization property tax exemption regulation. That's what the COPTER stands for. And so this is, they consider themselves a sports and recreation facility. And in section 15 of the COPTER regulation, specifically does talk about sports and recreation facilities. Section 16 of that then has a statement that the municipality must grant a not-profit organization exemption from taxation if they've met the deadlines of applying before September 30th or whatever time council deems fit, and supplies the information that that council requires. So just for council's information, if this property was to be taxed as a commercial property, the revenue to the county would be $13,000 per year. So the club considers this a saving for the sort of product. And the club has provided all of the required information that is in your package starting on page 84. Except for a spelling error on my name, but other than that, everything looks good.
Council. Questions? So if you read the MGA Act and you read the, we almost have no choice here but to forego the taxes.
That is correct. There's not a lot of choice. The copy regulation is one of the things that the assessors don't like, because everything else in the assessment regulations is pretty straightforward. This one is not. It's if they apply for it, then council has the ability, and then of course we report back to the assessors to make it exempt for that year. And unfortunately, it is supposed to be done every year, unless council wanted to exempt it by law. It's a bit of a circular process that the provincial government has put in this particular case.
Well, we could have denied 2025 because they were late in applying.
That's correct.
But
yes,
their hands are tied on this.
Yes, the only thing that council could do is that they've said that they're a sports and recreation facility. That's where council could make a decision: is are they not a sports facility? So, but sports is something very difficult to define, and there is no definitions in regulation to say what is sports and what is not.
Do we ask Siri if lighting is a sport?
Facilities used for charitable or benevolent. Those are good to know.
So the other section 15 of the Crofter regulation. So that says a non-profit organization that holds property on which any of the following facilities are operated may apply to the municipality within whose area the property is located for an exemption from taxation. And so a facility used for sports or recreation to the extent that the facility is not used in the operation of a professional sports franchise. There's a number of other things. It could be a facility used by an ethno-cultural association for sports recreation or education for the charitable or other benevolent purposes. If the use of property by the general public is actively encouraged. Or charitable or benevolent. There's a number of things that they got. So the one that it would most likely qualify is for sports or recreation.
Yeah. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, I'll entertain the motion.
Motion that the Lamont County Council to grant a property tax exemption to the Edmonton Soaring Club on property southeast 55518 west of the 4th. As per MGA section 362(1) and 3 for the year 2026.
Okay, questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor, it's carried 5-0. Move on to item number 8.4, 2025 county not for sale.
Mr. Belko brought a listing of and previously we sold access to we're getting some essence market value. He's here today to seek production for disposal and to review with you some of the values.
So yes, thank you, Mr. Charnowski. So will be an open session portion of this and a closed session portion. So want to provide in open session what the properties are. So page 111 and the top of 112 go through the processes of how a property is taken over. So the county is not in the land business, but they are in the taxation business. And so there is a tax recovery process mandated by the MBA. And what that process includes, it includes preparing and posting a tax arrears list, notifying the landowner when they are in, sending the tax arrears list to land titles. Land titles then notifies the landowner that there is an arrears on their property. And if none of that gets the person to pay their taxes, then the land is put up for tax auction and posted in the Gazette and hold the tax sale. If nobody bids on those properties, the county has the ability to take those properties over. And the attached listing of properties on page 115 is the properties that have been taken over in the last number of years. And in your package, the page 116 and on is a report that was previously provided to council of what lands are owned. So that was put for council's reference, and you'll see on page 115 page numbers of that report as to where these individual properties are. So at this point, council has the ability to either keep those properties for future use, sell them through any manner that council deems fit. So administration is recommending that these be marketed through a real estate agent. That's the people who actively do that type of processes. We don't have the resources in-house to be doing the marketing. And realtors normally take a fee. Fees are typically 3.5% for the first 100,000 and 1.5% thereafter. For the properties that are sold under $10,000, talking with the realtors in the area, a flat fee of $1,000 plus GST would be charged for that. So the administration is looking for two recommendations to be approved, and the first one is to set the market values for the properties, and we'll discuss that in a closed portion. And the second one is going to be to authorize administration to engage a realtor to market the properties as well. And if there's no questions in open session, I'd recommend that we go to closed at this point, so that we can talk about the market values. And then come up of that session to have those two motions.
ATM. Three. Closed session. Somebody can read that, about that.
Make a motion of the Lamont County Council move the September 9, 2025 regular council minute meeting. Council meeting to a closed meeting at 11:20 a.m. to discuss the following items: preserve bids, that for the properties AGAIA section 30-1.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Okay, carried 5-0.
One of these. All right.
All right, we're back in the open session of our September 9th, 2025 council meeting. Coming out of closed session, we have a couple motions to make.
Council's reference, the motion was done, like, printed 3 times in the page 3, let's see there.
The gremlins were there again. Yeah, we're just gonna reference the attached listing. We're not gonna read it each individual property.
That's correct.
Can you read this? 5 through 6.
Make a motion that Lamont County Council authorize the disposal of the attached listing of tax forfeiture properties, excluding the listing roll number 066113000 at no less than the market value amounts as discussed in closed meeting.
Any questions or concerns? Second motion to engage a realtor. Mr. Wittes. Page 3.
Very top on the Lamont County authorized administration to engage a realtor to market the attached listing of tax or properties.
Any questions or concerns? See none, all those in favor? Thank you, carried by 0. Thank you, council. Moving on to 8.5, Township Road 574.
Mr. Dietz gets seated as we have discussion about Township 574 last fall, and then again this year. It's observed during our road tour. And on August 26th, council directed administration to bring forward information on the gravel placed on the road. Should 574 west of 171, and to recommend how to address the issue going forward. Mr. Dietz has a brief report for you.
So as council discussed at the meeting in last meeting in August, there was this discussion around discrepancy about how much gravel was placed on Township Road 574. We applied approximately 574 between range roads 170 and 171. Subsequent inspections of this stretch of road, it was found that the gravel that we applied was inadequate. Currently, the road can be hard to traverse wet or anything other. So currently, we are planning to utilize pit runs stockpile the county's airlock pits in West Andrew. We will place sufficient pit run in the lower and wet areas of the road, assisting the road base. The pit run will be placed over a layer of geotextile that will ensure the pit run gravel does not get pushed into the road base and get lost. And subsequent to placing the pit run, we will place surface gravel along the road for the entirety. The exact tonnage of required material will be determined as the work progresses. And the Public Works already has the geotextile material required for the work. I will not be able to start this work until after September 15th. This is due to the fact that on August 22nd, we conducted an inspection with a federal wildlife officer at our active gravel pits and clay stockpiles.
And cliff swallows were nesting in the pickerel pile that's located down the pit. These are protected species under the federal act. At the advisory development officer, we were instructed not to disturb this pile until mid-September. It's difficult to estimate the cost of addressing this matter. The pit run is excluded gravel that was never crushed and they cost between $1 and $2 per ton. The geotextile material is a sunk cost, but we're replacing it will cost us in the future. This is material that was purchased in previous years by previous administration. And surface graveling will cost $16.50 a ton with no stockpile cost. So we're estimating roughly $6,500 to complete this.
Statement that we are very favorable in terms of expenses in public works. This is hardly significant.
This is materials only cost, not any labor, trucking.
Yes, so this is our material cost, labor cost. Be looking at trucking approximately 700 tons of material. As council knows, it's hard to get in, hard to get out, so it takes a bit more time rather than just graveling. We'll likely need to take our D5 dozer to place the material. It's not something where we can just go and spread it. We want to make sure we've got enough material. And because we're placing it over geotextile, we don't want to drive over the geotextile. We want to back in and dump it on top. So it'll take a bit of time, likely in the range of 2 to 3 days to make sure the work is done properly. And then another maybe half a day surface graveling.
Like to be under 10 grand.
Let's make a motion on it. Lamont County Council accept the report. Is that how we're doing it? Lamont County Council accept the report on gravel at Township Road 574 is information. Or are we just go on with it?
So except for information means we don't do anything.
Well, then we're.
But we're going to proceed, just to have proceed with the work.
So not total rechange here.
So just, I guess, okay, put the motion on the table and then we can ask questions.
Price 10 grand or less, or see to work. Lamont County Council accept the report on gravel at Township Road 574. Proceed with work.
Okay, so is the geotech gonna make the difference here, Darby?
So
if we put 270 tons.
We put 220 tons of 1-inch gravel. That was all. So by putting a layer of geotextile underneath, that should prevent the pit run from doing the same thing.
Did they not haul logs on that road after we gravelled it?
No, that was before we hauled. We were in there right after they were doing the work. So there's 2 types of geotextile material. There's a woven geotextile that prevents water from migrating through, and then there's a non-woven that allows the water. We're proposing to use non-woven because the water is not the issue, it's just the soft base. We'll put a layer of non-woven and a layer of geogrid, which should stiffen up pit run. And the non-woven material, that pit run material from getting pushed into place. It's not a perfect solution, but short of spending, $250,000 to rebuild the 3/4 of the block. This should allow all weather access field that we can maintain in the winter and for plowing purposes and gravel in the summer.
So how far of a stretch is this going to be?
So what we'll be doing is, there's, as Council saw, there's a handful of lower areas, that's what get put into, and then gravel, just 100 meters west of 170 to 171. This is not a crush pit run, this is not 3-inch crush, this is pure pit run.
And you can do that in the text now.
Yeah, as well, this is, if you were to build a road or a slough, it's a similar process. Without over excavating the existing road base and starting fresh, this is the best option to keep the cost down and still provide a usable road.
So. Sure, not, this right here owns that property, right?
Yeah.
We improve the road, maybe he'll build a house there.
You got to bring power and something.
Apparently this, in the spring of 24, there was a well site on the road west of 171. He had talked to the contractor that was there. I don't think he had a road use agreement to go there and do that reclamation. Just like the people that hauled logs never had a road use agreement there, so. I think we're kind of lax on some of this enforcement.
So I was aware of the logging, and that was the site where we basically kicking them out of the county. They were willing to enter a road use agreement. We had a piece of discussion with them. I'm not aware of the wall site being
Yeah, I guess that happened in spring, and there was a company called Resolve that did that. This landowner did approach the contractor if he had a road use agreement, and all he said he was going to talk to his boss about it. Nothing ever happened. So, and they are actively, Orphan Wells are actively working in the area. I don't know, are they doing road use agreements?
So the Orphan Law Association has entered into a road use agreement with the county. They have provided the $100,000 bond as council directed. We've had notifications for maybe 100 properties at this point. The exact timing of each one we're not sure of, but they've notified us, and they're starting their work to plan.
Yeah, they're working at around my place. They did two or three wells right around my place this weekend. So it's not an issue anywhere because it's dry. There are no issues with the roads. Any other question on the motion forward by Councilor Wittes? And we would simply use the money from the surplus gravel program, right?
This would all be money from unspent funds within the approved budget.
Okay, anything else? Not all in favor? It's carried 5-0. 8.6 2025 gravel program summary.
So as council, we reviewed council back on April 15th. We have been doing a full report of our gravel program, which is we in August. Where we sit at today, approved 2025 gravel program class. For us to apply an estimated 56,640 tons of gravel on 256 miles of road, an average spread rate of 40 tons per mile. As the program progressed this summer, we ended up applying 61,865 tons of gravel on only 226 miles, short of an average of 273 tons per mile. That's resulted in a utilization of an additional 5,225 tons of unit surface gravel. Primary reason was for increased spread rate was due to more higher anticipated.
This overage is offset by surplus in our road patching application. Should county council wish to apply gravel to further roads and squad, it's currently a surplus of approximately $100,000 budget. This would allow for gravel to Division 2022. So the approved budget included an estimated 16,000 tons of gravel road patching in 2025, which was made up of 10,000 tons of 4-inch strips, gravel 5,000 tons of inch and a half, and 1,000 tons of 3-inch. Gravel patching has been undertaken based on need and gravel from residents. In 2025, the county wetlands report, we found 3,098.62 tons of patch gravel in Carroll County, which was spread through 4 of the 5 Black 4 revisions. So 11.4% was in Division 1, 31.1% in Division 2. There was no patch graveling done in Division 3 as it was been requested or identified needs. 48.7% went to Division 4 and 8.7% went to Division 5. So our road graveling program has been exceeded by $86,000. Patching program is currently has a surplus of $4,500.
What's all the gravel patch done?
So a lot of our gravel patching was done. So 165, 582, 164. There was some done over on 162. And I believe there was some done down on 565 over by the Gadlet pit as well. So most of the patching done in Division 4 was done in the spring, and most of the patching done in Division 2 was done during the summer. And those were the two largest areas to receive patch gravel.
So did we ever do patching on 582?
Yes.
Just west of 164?
Yes, we did. We did some patch graveling there in the spring. I don't believe we did any.
I know as of a month or two ago, none was done there. Just west of 164 and 582. Complained about that. So just make sure that that's done before the rains start.
Those two tandem loads at or Darby, are they gonna get done
or?
That one on 564, a tandem load on a hilltop that's got black dirt. And that on Range Road 200, that approach, they changed the
So I know the approach. That one, 564.
They got a flag on market, so.
Yeah.
When it rains, it's all black dirt. It's a tandem load is more than enough.
I received a complaint from a ratepayer on Friday, actually. It's the same like Owastik Road. And the complaint was that the gravel isn't fractured, it's like marbles. So I did drive home on that road yesterday and then I turned north on 182. And you're right. It's hard to drive on that. Could somebody go check it out? It seems like the gravel is round, like there's, I don't know if it's the stuff we've been using, but definitely it's not coming in, that's for sure.
I can definitely look into it. I know all the gravel we've been buying has been tested. It does meet requirements. We use Alberta Transportation Center for patient action. If it is a concern, what we can do, because gravel for next year under the current contract is currently being crushed, under the next contract, we can raise those fraction requirements, so that we're not doing run.
We'll take a look at it first, but that was the ratepayer's concern, was are you not getting your gravel spec tested while it's being crushed?
So we do get the the testing results from the contractor. When they are not crushing. They're typically with any new crushing project, first day, 2 days there, they might have stuff a little bit, that's some strings. But once they're going, they're good. We've had no issues with this year's results. The fracture count is there, they're within spec. I will say the requirements from the province for fracture are lower than I'd like to see. On the one face, it's about 70%. The two face, it's like 60. In previous contracts, I've upped those to 90%. Source, I've had it as much as 95%. If you're crushing small rock, there's not a lot of fracture. Crushing large rock, you're going to get more fracture.
Well, this is from St. Michael to the Washington Road, just east of St. Michael. Like you say, I went up to 182. So, and is St. Michael Washington Road a policy road?
There is that's the policy. You're speaking. Yeah. So we do apply dust abatement to the residents. We do a very large portion to also as well. There's no involved residents. There's a few locations like that, but there's already a lot of residents who are not the road.
Mr. Reed, one of the things implied in this report is if there are additional miles of road that you are aware of that need to be addressed, there is an opportunity to identify them. Surface, patch and gravel.
Is he using a telestep?
Yes. Yes.
There's another road you should check if you're checking that road out is 165. North of 45, there's and part of the problem may be, Darby, is some of our roads are overground. Almost to the point where there's too much gravel on them. So, and I'm not sure when this St. Michael Lost Road was last graveled. St. Michael Lost Road, the last time the gravel had too much. You couldn't go with an empty super, you couldn't get traction. That was a couple of years ago. So much gravel there. But I'm sure you got pounded into that road is soft where you guys did shoulders and that. So it should have got pounded in, but it had too much at that time. I was helping the neighbors combine there. You couldn't go to empty super, you were spinning. This would be good.
Okay, any other questions? Good job. I see the trucks are stockpiling.
Yeah, the completion of our road graveling program, we have 10,000 tons of gravel stockpiles. So having everything out of there, we're left enough in there to fall from the CLH bit. 64. So right on the back. Discussed back in August is pre-hauling 2026 gravel later this year.
They're all stockpiled.
The we'll get see fall like last year, the road went close to we had a meeting.
Yeah, pretty good. Hey,
Motion to accept this information.
The report, my travel program has information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, and can we maybe push through item 8.7 before lunch here?
So as council is aware, see design, the detailed design for improvements to the south bench of Catchment Road 560, west of 200 to Lamont Creek. As we discussed with council in August, the design calls for lowering of the ditch starting at 200 and includes the removal of reinstallation of culverts on the road just east of Lamont Creek. The design does not intend to impact the riparian area of Lamont Creek. Further approvals are not Alberta environment areas. We recommend addressing the project as an expansion of the scope of the contract with drainage provider. So we have done the past 2 years. We met with the county's drainage contractor on site to redesign. We provided an estimate of the work. As has been our practice with county council, we will provide the required culverts and the contractor will supply all other required materials. This approach allows the county to expedite the project. The alternative would require the issuance of an RFP for the project. In this regard, it is doubtful the project could be completed this fall. So based on the engineering to date, the estimated engineering prior to complete, the estimate for construction and culvert supply, we are anticipating a project cost of $157,000. As this is council's last meeting before the municipal election, we've added a 10% contingency in case there are any issues that arise. So we're asking the council to make two motions today. One to direct administration to amend the contract with 2613245 Alberta Limited to complete the drainage works. That is the county's contract is currently looking for drainage. And also requiring electors pass a motion to direct administration to utilize up to $139,700 from the township of 560 venture funds for the drainage improvements.
Pretty high issues, but I guess. Maybe to move the culverts in there.
So to date, we've spent approximately $25,000 on engineering. Our culverts are we estimated at 17,000. The construction was 75,000.
This could not solve the problem.
So this will eliminate the issue where you get plumbing into some pitch east of the last culverts before the creek. That's what resulted in water backing up towards 200 and ultimately to the landowner to the east. So the design calls for lowering those culverts, lowering the ditch to the outlet elevation of the culvert that crosses 200. So there will be nothing to impede the flow of water from 200 to.
It should have been done when they built the road, but it got signed off.
But it's good to take away from all that problem. Could be that there.
Listen
to anybody anymore.
So this will ensure there's no blockage from Range Road 200 Creek. If there is any water backing up the landowner to the east in the yard, private land, but we have installed and lowered culverts in the approaches east of Range Road 200 already, and this will ensure that the water will flow and not cause. Right now, the water has to build up and then flow through those last culverts. These culverts are going to lower the ditch to the outlet elevation of the other culverts.
I hope it's all over now.
8 years ago was the last year we finished. 9 years ago we started. West End.
That's where I lost part of my hair.
So Darby, you said we spent 25,000 in engineering already?
Yes,
That's included in the 35?
yes.
Okay, so basically 25 is gone already. Regarding construction, how many culvert installations?
So there is just one approach, where we'll be removing the culverts, and reinstalling and lengthening because there should be deeper, the culverts need to be longer. And the approach is fairly wide right now, so the culverts will just be lengthened to the approach width at the top, so. I guess.
Yeah, that approach has culverts in it.
And construction is gonna be more than just installing the culvert, there's gonna be some ditch profiling.
Yes, so the 75,000 is the ditch profile, 200 to the edge. When we go up creek, we will touch there, up there. As per one environment, if we touch that, then we will be further approvals. But this will be all the ditching work, removal of the approach, manipulation approach, all that's lowered. It's
How much deeper is that ditch gonna be?
At the east end, we go down 4 to 6 inches. At Lamont Creek, I think we're going down about 1 foot to the.
It's a good slope. We're gonna be a good slope.
The slope there?
But the culvert's there now and everything's level, they're half full, so that'll get them, that'll be full and it'll.
In the sloping will be engineered, right? Like staked out.
Yeah, that's
Stuff for the contractor.
That's the additional $10,000 in engineering. Is the grade stakes, and any post engineering fire. Right on drills, we have
It's not solved that problem with that acreage landowner. Remember where he couldn't cross creek and his.
No,
North where it doesn't
No,
go, that goes to the east side of
he's
that.
more west,
That's all taken care of.
he's more west of us, yeah. Lives on the east side.
Coming from the event here on you, right?
Yes.
We have to
So
discuss.
we have two motions. One is to direct us to amend the contract with our contractor. The second is to use the venture funding for these costs.
Okay, we good? If somebody can put the motion on the table and then we'll call for the votes. I vote that the Lamont County Council direct administration to amend the contract with 2613245 Alberta Limited to complete the drainage improvements along Township Road 560 from Range Road 200 to Lamont Creek as per their provided quote. Any further questions, concerns, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0. And does someone wanna bring a motion forward as to where the money comes from?
$139,700 from the Township Road 560 to venture fund for drainage improvements along Township Road 560 from Range Road 200 to Long Creek.
Thank you, Deputy Reed. Any questions or concerns? See none, all in favor? Carried 5-0.
We've been 12 months this year, and we have somewhat miraculously gotten ourselves back to within 5 minutes of estimated times.
So let's have another debate on.
Yep.
Okay, we're ready to be all 45. And we're recessing at 12:15. All right, well, welcome back to the council meeting for September 9th, 2025. We will reconvene at 12:58. Our agenda has a delegation coming in at 1 o'clock. The delegation is in closed session. So I am going to need a motion to go into closed session. Actually, I can make that motion. That Lamont County Council for the September 9th, 2025 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 12:59 p.m. to discuss intermunicipal matter ATIA section 26(1)(a)(2). Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? And this will probably take 20 minutes, Jenna. right, welcome back to the regular portion of the September 9th, 2024 regular council meeting. Coming out of closed session, we have the following motion to make. Oh. Yeah, no.
This is big enough to read.
I'll read it to you. There's a recorder on it, I think.
For Janet's benefit, we come out of closed session, Janet, and we, coming out of closed session, we have the following motion that we want to make here.
The Lamont County Council uphold the February 25th, 2025 invoice and forgive interest charges if paid before October 31st, 2025, as discussed during the intermunicipal matter in closed meeting.
All right, any further questions or concerns? Seeing none.
Should we have the invoice number? Do we have the invoice number?
You're okay, if you added up, Aaron? Okay. All righty. Council's okay with motion, no questions, concerns, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Thank you, Chief Moore, Deputy Chief Collar. Okay, we will now move on to item 8.6, follow-up action.
Mr. Reed, we have an updated report on all of the follow-up items on resolutions during the meeting. Many of them are complete. Number 9 is the due date. That's any questions. We have a couple of priorities left.
And we're going through right now.
Is there any development on this, number 23?
Change over this summer. I have been unable to touch base with myself. I understand he's been into the office here a handful of times, but every time I've tried to contact him, I've had no answer.
So he's still interested in having this.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Any other questions?
If not,
Great.
Yeah, well, I said Carla was going off, she didn't like my head, my last move.
She just, like 2 times or slept in my tires and she went.
You could print that, eh? All right, I need a motion. I need a motion to accept the follow-up action report as information.
Move that Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action item report for September 9th, 2025.
There's no questions or concerns, I'll call the vote, all in favor. Carried 5-0. Okay, I will now make a motion that the Lamont County Council move the September 9th, 2025 regular council meeting in committee of the whole meeting at 1:39 p.m. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried 5-0. Item 9.1, process water line update.
So we've worked matter for a number of years. You saw in the triannual report that things were having complete on track and budget. Notwithstanding what's happening in the broader environment as far as general municipal elections and things like that, things are progressing in the process water line on 2 streams. I mentioned that we do have an appeal with a small number of people who issued a statement of concern and notwithstanding they may be in an appeal process. Mr. Boyko will take you through the other stream of activity that's happening with the broader public, planning and various engagement and other activities.
Thank you, Mr. Kowalski. So just kind of a little bit of background as well on this portion. Lamont County, the council's all aware, is the recipient of the grant funds from the province through the Industrial Apartment Association for the construction of the processed water intake. Earlier in the year, Lamont County engaged WSP as the project engineer and owner's representative. And so as the project is starting to get some steam, we'll be providing regular updates to council. And so with a project like this, there's a lot of background work that needs to go before we actually see any equipment in the ground. So we'll be as the project moves along, you'll see this type of report. Right now, we're in the planning process. You'll see there's a number of stages that they have at the top of their report on page 242, design, construction, commissioning, and then finally closeout. Everything is on track at this particular time, aligned with the approved objectives. The big things that are happening right now, we've engaged WSP to scan for some additional funding programs to identify some potential sources. We're looking to see if there's any federal grants that are available to add on to this, as well as working right now on a couple of the provincial priorities and see if there's some of the that we can access some of those grant dollars. That's ongoing right now. That same team is also working on the P3, the public-private partnership framework. And the goal right now is to secure the private partner by March of 2026. So what we're doing in that particular area is working through a feasibility study as well as a market sounding to find out, what other interest is out there. We do know that there's 3 companies right now that have been approaching us in earnest because they want to be part of this as a P3 partner. Basically, doing the framework and the market sounding is to see, is there more out there, and are we making sure we're not putting ourselves into a bottleneck with just 1 or 2 people, 1 or 2 companies. Project-specific community engagement strategy is in place. Just got an update on some of the timelines on that. So first off, the engagement is going to start with one-on-one meetings with local landowners and those that are stakeholders in the surrounding area. We're going to do a combination of phoning them, mailing, emailing, and hand delivering as needed to make sure that we get that the right people there. A community session is tentatively booked for the week of September 22nd, likely in Bruderheim, as that's closer to the project. But we'll get a little bit more as we try to iron out those details. And so that engagement is primarily going to be information providing. It's not going to be decision making, as well as just to get some feedback from the community. And then that'll be summarized into a briefing in early fall. Few of the other things that WSP is doing in advance of the community engagement and consultation. WSP is assessing and evaluating some of the reservoir size, the siting of it on the particular parcel of land, as well as pipeline alignment. Just to see, what's the best place to put the pipeline, in regards to cost and work. As Mr. Trowski had said, a mediation date was set already to address the statements of concern. That is tentatively planned for October 2nd. Couple of the other items that came up after this report was published. A gap analysis has been completed for permitting and environmental appeals. And that's been included in the work plan, the items that need to be done. One of the things that we want to make sure is that we are following our own rules for development and land use. So that we're going through that process as well. You know, a highlight here, we've received the second installment of the grant from the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association. And that dollar amount is $5.8 $33,333.33.
And that's in addition to the first $800.
That is in addition to the first $800.
So you got 6.6.
And so the purpose of that, or the criteria to receive that money, is that we needed to be able to have an engineer in place, and that was having WSP. And so we'll be getting, you know, the additional amounts as we come forward. So
I'd like to add one thing that Mr. Boyko overlooked, but he's very well aware of. The primary benefit of the community engagement is, in addition to awareness among the people who are impacted of what's happening, is also hearing some of their perspectives, and where possible incorporating that into the design parameters for the water line and the conveyance.
yeah, absolutely, and that's, you know, a huge part of that design, of making sure that it's gonna fit with the local area, that the thing, that it's not, if, you know, the area people are fine with being institutionalized, we make it institutional. We want it to be more fitting into a different motif, like a barn building look, or that type of thing. Those are all things that we are at the stage now of being able to make those changes with very little.
Down in the States, they were getting feedback and didn't want a big pump station. They made it look like a hip roof barn. It would come off to easy to access, and then the people loved it because it's the hip roof barn in the middle of nowhere and looked good. But we're talking about doing the intake and the pump house and reservoir right now. Nothing pipeline. Is that
correct? So yes, the initial part is the intake in the reservoir, and the pipeline is going to depend on the other funding that's available, and those other pieces that come along. So that's why we're searching for additional grants to make sure that we can allocate that funding. Of course, we're using the work that the Nichols Applied Management Report had put together earlier in the year, or late last year, when we presented it. But these will be regular updates as we're going on. This is the first of these updates. Just they'll get a lot more complex as we start getting into the processes, but part of this wanted to just bring to council's knowledge that the project is progressing. But you don't see a lot of things happening, but that's because this, especially with the P3 project, there's a lot of background work that happens before any shovels actually hit the ground. But WSP is very confident that the project's on track right now, and the team is working quite extensively. I get reports every week as to what hours they're putting in and what they're working on as well.
The public engagement piece project, this is all organized and orchestrated by WSP. There's no involvement on Lamont County administration or.
No, that's correct. This is the project itself. WSP is taking all of the lead on that. So this isn't the engagement that's going to be happening is not going to be about what roads and culverts. It's about here's the project, here's the information about it, and they'll be dealing with the people who are actually there, the engineers that know how to make the adjustments, who've done that. Like Councillor White has said, you know, do they want it to look like a hip-proof barn? And, you know, getting that kind of feedback to find out are those the things that are important to the people, so that they can incorporate that into design.
And that, $6 million plus some grant money, trust that's in a mush account,
It is correct, so, yes.
and it's a separate bank account.
Yes. We've opened up a separate bank account. The interest that is earned on that is supposed to go back into project as well. So on top of the 5.8 million or the 6 million that we've got, so that, and it's significant that, you know, we talked about the interest rates earlier today, that, you know, then we can utilize that as well for projects.
Yeah, I think the conditions for getting the first two advances is number one, we had to sign the agreement with Alberta Industrial Heartland. The second requirement is that we have to sign an agreement with an engineering firm to do a detailed design. And then I think the third tranche of funding will come due in March of 27. And at that point, you need a detailed engineering design and be in a position to put the project out for tenders.
March 26.
26.
Yeah, March 2026.
Yeah.
And yeah, a construction firm needs to be signed at that time.
Signed it.
And that is the intention, securing that partner, that construction firm by March 2026 through that P3 framework. And the grant agreement does specifically allow for P3 opportunities in these projects.
Any other questions?
When are you dealing with the feedback from the neighbors? We got a couple that you gotta settle. When's that getting dealt with?
October 2nd is the mediation date.
One-on-one with them.
We have a mediator that's appointed by the PRT.
Okay, so they're,
Called the Environmental Appeal Board. And so there are three parties. And what they're doing is appealing the province's decision. We're there to help try to work towards.
And we're gonna be, in addition to that, we're meeting with them, if possible, and working through other concerns that aren't part of the Water Act.
Any other questions? To entertain a motion to accept waterline update this information.
Process waterline update. 2025 as information.
Questions or concerns? Being none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. On to item number 9.2, enforcement matter.
Mr. Reed, we promised an update on enforcement activities since providing you a comprehensive list on known enforcement opportunities, requirements, let's call it, back in June. Over in your lap, Miss Dick is here to help with this presentation. You may recall that we engaged a contracted bylaw officer who could undertake these on a focused basis. He does it on a cost basis, so there's no overhead. It's just very much directly related to exactly what he does. So I have an update here on 7 items. There's a map that shows you where they are. We are using tax roll numbers to protect the innocent, as it were. To address them for you. One is complete. Two are complete. One is an unsightly premises.
where there was an order to remedy that was issued for bylaw officer. Contracted bylaw officer, the property has been cleaned, mowed, organized, and flowed. Similarly, the second one, I didn't. Yeah, the second one's also is outside the premises, same approach, order to remedy property cleaning, organized. So, when faced with the risk of the county undertaking the cleaning, the mowing, the organizing, and then putting the cost on the people's will begin of coming into compliance very quickly. The next two are in Hilliard. Second premise, order to revenue, renter has been working on paying up the property, but work will need to be completed, so we can make it.
I will note on that first one, Officer Wright, let me know that a bunch of the items that were on that property have been moved to the edge of the property and possibly on county property rather than being dealt with.
The thing is that the contracted bylaw officer takes pictures of everything, so it should be quite straightforward to attribute where those items came from. And similarly, there's three types roles there, again, same premises. There are some signs of work, but not yet complete, so we have it highlighted in green that is on track. But we'll continue to have them monitor. The next three are maybe areas where mistake can help me. First one is in St. Michael. You may recall some letters were left in your inboxes. The owner is unable to undertake the property cleanup, therefore the third party bylaw officer worked with the owner to get them somebody who can do it for them. So it would seem that they're prepared to pay the cost. They don't want us to do it and to put it on the patch roll. They appear to be approaching it on themselves, so that would be watched carefully.
I will give an update on that one as well. I spoke with the municipal bylaw officer and he let me know that he had gotten a quote and the quote was over $20,000. So he's looking for a different contractor to try and do that work because the quote was to bring in a backhoe and knock it all down. That was what was going to be such a huge cost.
Well, the good news is that the municipal bylaw officer is working with people to try to find an affordable way to do it. Second one is
Sorry, which one was that? Sorry.
On review number 1.
the orders that they have to get all the paperwork for by the end of the week. Is there anything else?
No work has been completed.
I suspect this one's gonna stay over.
Mhm.
And then the last one is one that Serenaka asks about quite frequently. They are subject to stop order by Alberta Environment. You'll recall the drainage plan was developed by SC Design. I have handed this off to a third-party development expert who we've engaged to try to maintain forward progress on this in the absence of our director of planning and development. Dick is helping me work with this third party to make sure he understands it properly and can move forward with the approved drainage plan. You may remember that we advised you that the operator, subject to the stop order, has come to terms with the neighbor in terms of purchase of land, which will enable the storm drainage plan to be implemented. However, there are many steps left to take.
Well, is that going ahead with the purchaser? Or
They need to sign an agreement, they need to come to terms with they need to come to terms on a development agreement, a new development agreement. And he needs to start building the stormwater drainage once he has something from, no, he has to do the drainage and then Alberta Environment will give him a water act. You remember Ms. Irving expressed just how complex this matter is.
Yeah.
But it may never come to light either.
Well, we've got somebody pushing it at this point for us, and, let me have questions, we're helping them answer. There were some 20 items on that list, we've got, 8 here, so in the fullness of time, I imagine there will be reports on the other 12. And I guess there are the new ones.
In the property, there's a vehicle in the ditch, which would probably be in our right of way. We deal with that.
You know, I asked peace officer Wright that question. I don't remember his answer at this point in time. Our hope was that the person in St. Michael would deal with it rather than us having to, you know, take ownership for it. But
I'm just thinking of the vehicle. That's in the right of way.
Who does that vehicle belong to? Does it belong to somebody or?
Our property. Possession is 9/10 of the lot.
There's I think the Kidney Foundation. In charge.
it is owned. Just have the registration, or was it point registered? Mr. Reval, I'll speak with, maybe, his day will speak with, CPO right here.
Okay, so when I go for coffee in St. Michael, the order to remedy expired on August 25th of 2025. So what's the next step here?
So this is where we talked about the contractor. So our bylaw officer is working with the landowner to get a contract to come in and clean up. Yes, I understand that the deadline has gone past. But courts like it when we're a little bit lenient on timelines, because that means we're trying to work with the landowner. And so just yesterday, the bylaw officer found out the quote for the 20,000. And so he's looking for a different contractor to see if we can't get this dealt with, cleaned up for a lesser price. Because that's a lot for somebody who's dying.
Okay, so technically we're at the point where we can move in and clean it up on our own. Or have somebody clean it up for us.
The idea is still for them to try and pay for it but the officer is planning to help engage a contractor to do that.
I think we're trying to avoid most of the properties.
We don't have one now. All right, any other questions? Okay, that's his information, I guess. Thank you, Samantha.
Any of the whole, the Lamont County video of the vote except the enforcement update for September 9, 2025 as information. Okay.
Great. Yeah, all in favor? Yeah, it's carried 5-0. 9.3, 2025 municipal election.
Mr. Reed, in the technical report, I referenced that has been bringing periodic briefings on matters related to the elections. You see this one, they were bringing to council. This one deals with a few sections in the most recently updated local authority election.
As you read the council, as you can see in the attachment to this report on page 249, 250 to 251, we received a letter from municipal affairs that is dated on July 22nd, but it came with the two other attachments dated August 11th. So I didn't have the time to attach it to our August 26th completed agenda. That's why you're receiving this now. There have been some changes in the last revision of the local authority election act that are concerning the nomination day and candidates. I specifically would like to read this out so everybody's aware of this. So the revision says, section 31, nomination day, if an insufficient number of nominations are filed on nomination day, the municipality must reopen the nominations for all 5 additional days. Even if this creates an insufficient number of nominations for that office. You have 1 office for councillor per division. If an insufficient number of nominations occurs this way, the municipality would be required to follow the process under section 31, which is add another 5 days to nomination. Section 49, 53, and 147.5. The forms regulation was amended, and that is explained on the fact sheets that are attached. To reflect the changes in the Local Authorities Election Act due to numerous changes in the Local Authorities Election Act, all have been made this year. The government of Alberta was not able to update prescribed forms for municipalities. Municipalities are permitted to modify certain forms to address changes. An important change was made to require voter identification. This is important for all everybody that is voting in the municipal election, all electors. In order to vote, voters must produce for inspection 1 or more of the acceptable forms of the identifications required by section 53 of the Local Authority Election. So this is 1 piece of government identification, could be federal or provincial or local government, containing your name and address of residence that contains a photo, for example, of the residence. 1 piece of identification authorized by the chief, and I'm sorry, there's an E missing, Chief Electoral Officer of Alberta, showing full name and full current physical address. That could be, for example, a bank statement, a utility bill, or property tax assessment. And to either complete a statement to establish the electoral vote. There's a form as in the 2021 election. There's also a form to fill out for every elector. That will be the case this time as well. Unless you are listed in permanent electors register. Now we have agreements signed with the schools, Southern and public schools. So if you are voting for one of the school elections, you would have to fill this large form out, or even if you are on the permanent electors register. So we ask everybody please to fill out this form. We have everything correct and can update our permanent electors register that have to resubmit to the courts. And another update or another just information for right, yes.
So they gotta fill out a form,
Yes,
like everybody?
everybody,
Unless you're on the permanent elected.
unless you're on permanent electors.
So if you're on there already, you're good. Okay.
Yes, but if you're on there and want to vote for one of the schools, you would still have to fill out the form. That's just what that's the school part of the election.
So you.
Yeah, it is a little bit complicated.
That's why.
You still have to fill out the form.
If you check mark, I want to vote for the trustee of one of the schools. then you would have to fill out this form.
Is it like that before? I don't think so.
No, this is new with this here, and this is more explained. Here it is in one of these. We had it in one of the, that's the form 13. But form 13 SV is only explained on page 242, 252. That is for the soccer villages only. So ours is a little bit different. Our form is 13, and we will have it ready for all.
So to vote for the school board, you have to have that form filled out.
Yeah. And we like to have, we ask everybody to fill out the form, so we are sure that we have your correct information, because we have to update the electric building and resubmit our information to the building after.
How big is that form? Like how many questions, like is it?
No, it's just basically to fill in your name and your birth date. I think that was similar to last year's form that everybody had to fill out when voting. Name and address and birthday, yes.
Okay, and well, box number, like on your driver's license, we only got box numbers. Like, so how are you gonna determine if they're town or country?
So if we are unsure, if we only have the box number, we could ask you to, the presiding returning officer could ask you to point out the location of your house on map.
So can you use this map that we were given here now with the?
I didn't see what we were giving, but we have division maps in polling stations.
Yeah, it's got a division map and it's got all the acreages.
Yeah,
So they say they're right there. You can look and see their name, right?
Mr. Pinto is working with me together to prepare everything for the elections. I'm sure he will be able to do the correct map to provide the polling station.
Very good, yeah, very good, yeah.
Or possibly, I will also repeat training before I train. I want to double sure that we understand everything together. So, like mentioned again, listening that the advanced voting for Lamont County will happen on Friday, October 10th, and Saturday, October 11th, and the polling station will be at Lamont Hall. That's 4844 United Street. If you have any questions, you can always give me a call. I will be happy to answer or find the answer. As a reminder for everybody that had filled out an intent to run, a notice of intent, sorry, that I do not have all completed packages received yet, and you have to, the nomination packages have to be complete if you want to run for candidate before noon of September 22nd, 2025. So not at noon, because we have to close accepting nomination forms at noon. If there's a long line and we cannot process everybody, it has to be signed and stamped by a commissioner of oath in our county. You can absolutely hand it in today, anytime up to September 22nd, 2025.
Good. So anybody handed in early, and if there's any changes, you'll contact them and let them know there's changes, right? If something else changes here.
Yeah, so far nothing to the nomination package has changed. We have those update dates in our agenda package. I assume that people that are interested in running are listening to your council meetings and read our updates.
But if they handed your paper, just like somebody handed their paperwork in a month ago. So nobody contacts them and they didn't listen to the meeting or something that is added.
There's nothing that, no form that has to be added. The criminal record check is the only thing that has been changed, but we have announced that numerous times, and we have asked everybody that brought in nomination forms to please submit their criminal record check before the end of the period.
Any other questions for Christiane? Back to page 54 of the triennial report, item 6.1. The next steps is finalize electors register for September 15th.
Yeah.
Now, is that per division?
No, that is all for all divisions. We are, the province is giving us data. So everybody that went on voter link, filled out information. It provided to us that we can download the data and update our elected. Now we do our last update on September 15th. So everybody that has changed address or moving into the county after or an election, then need to fill out the form and need to change, so we have the update and provide it to the province after the election.
Not very complicated. You got enough work?
We interested in contact after I'm let the end.
Or the school's gonna take me back on our voting stations?
Yeah.
You don't have anything to do with schools, but like,
We have to prepare all ballots for the public school, separate school will prepare.
That's what you gotta do is,
We have to provide election workers
Okay.
And paper, all the paper.
okay.
Okay, anything else? If not, motion to accept as information.
Lamont County,
Lamont County Committee of the Whole accepted a report on the 2025 municipal election information for electors as information.
Thank you, Councilor White. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. And now I need a motion to come out of committee of the whole.
move that the Lamont County Committee was the whole. Consider that to suspend the time until regular comes to meeting at 2:18.
Deputy Reeve, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yep.
It's carried 5-0. And we will now move on to item number 10, director's reports.
our director's reports typically cover 2 months. This one is covering 3. Get going in part to our summer break. Go ahead, Mr. Deeds.
Yeah, so it's been 4 months since I've updated council with our ongoing activities. So starting on page 254, we've had a very busy summer. We continue to foster relationships with local businesses. We're trying to source supplies from as many local vendors as possible. As part of understanding our network, we went over count. So back in early August, we continue to monitor the road network on a daily basis. We, as council can see in our weekly updates, we're constantly dealing with down road signs. So we're replacing those on a frequent basis. Same time, we're also inspecting our bridges, fixing issues with those. Hazard markers get damaged. Our dust abatement program, we completed our first round back in May. We completed our second round in August. Our bridge program, council's awarded 2 of the 3 bridge projects. Those are slated to start here in the next few weeks. We are still working with an adjacent landowner on our 3rd project. That project will likely need to be to 2026 for construction, just based on the time of the year. With conservative landowner has been constructed a small apartments in the area. So earlier today, our total please. This week, we did 2 of the 4 miles of ratio to 174. Grader operators are out daily. Earlier is completing the year. We have 4 miles bridge for that's just 2. As of the end of July, 68% of our culverts were installed. 13% of our previous year's subdivision approaches were also completed. We've issued a contract for our contracted installations. They are underway, and they're making good progress there. Approaches, we have had very few issues with existing approaches, and we do inspect 4 new applications and subdivisions. Our fleet maintenance program, all of our purchases have been done for the year. We had 1 grader that was in a traffic collision back in July. That's with the dealer for repairs. That's all through insurance. And our fleet maintenance, the shop is busy. We are down a mechanic right now. Hoping to be putting for another mechanic here shortly. Our water systems continue to operate. Like we'll probably say, we've had no failed samples all year. And here we are going to Michael. We actually had an inspection in St. Michael back in the spring, and they were very surprised with the state of that system and for how small habit that system maintains. The amount of technology we have in there. So it's one of the smallest systems with a re-chlorination system. That is primarily due to the large size of the feeder line coming to St. Michael, our pouring level drops to practically nothing. And as part of our code of practice, we have to maintain a minimum level of 0.1 milligrams per liter for the low times. So we report 8, we average 0.3, 0.4. Our next item here, service requests. So we are continuously addressing service requests as they come in. Primarily those are received from the public. We do get concerns through council as well. Service requests, different operators can bring this attention. And we, as Mr. Boyd mentioned, assisting with the Heartland Development and Process Farm Intake project. Right now, it's primarily a finance issue, but as it progresses, our involvement will continue. Some of the additional activities over the spring and summer, council saw the shoulder stabilization of 565. We completed the gravel pit reclamation dirt work, site grading and seeding on the Walsh gravel pit. Monitoring started. We cleaned up the old tank earth. So we had the 30 cubes of old oil in that tank. The burner had been damaged a number of years ago, so in comparison to that, we're able to take that oil out, send it to Western Asphalt. They would credit our account, and they were reblending it back into the oil we were using. And the download gravel pit, we cleaned up in there this spring, made some room, more additional room from there.
questions for Harvey? Neil, you had a.
Yeah, I got, he, or he had the road sign on Highway 55 and 202, connects this road there.
Yes.
That diamond sign with lights, they, took it down and, fixed it. But the lights only flash maybe once every half hour, go tick, and then it's off. I've seen it flash twice, it's not working.
Yeah, so that one, it did get damaged in a windstorm.
Yeah, the battery fell out, I brought the battery and the cover back in, but, it's not flashing, you go with it once every half hour.
So we ended up replacing that sign. If there's an issue with it, we'll talk to the supplier there. Get it done with it.
Before that, well, it worked good, it flashed, and you can see it all the way from Highway 15. And now I've only realized they replaced because I've seen it flash twice and I thought I was seeing things. They drove up. The other thing is, a dust control on, 193 north of Highway 45, 572 corner. At church, the guy told me his dust control, 193 and 195. The kids use that when they're in a hurry to get off of 831, where they're sheriffs and that. And so his concern was his oil in front of his place had a couple potholes. So I went out there and looked, and it needed about 6 to 8 wheelbarrow fulls of patching material, and it had been fixed. So I put in a request. They went out there with the grader and ripped it all up, and now they mixed it with gravel. So he's got nothing. There's a farm at Highway 45 that does lots of silage, and now they're hauling grain and a lot of grain trucks and stuff, and the poor guys dusted right out. When he ripped it up, I thought maybe you guys are coming back to redo it or whatever, but it did need much patching. So who decides when, like who decided to rip it up?
So we've been actively trying to address the older oil roads that are outside of the dust control policy. There's a number of locations where patching is not sufficient. So we're trying to leave them as long as possible. We do have a duty of care to maintain the roads to a safe manner for the traveling public. I'm not exactly sure of this location, so I'm going to guess that one of my supervisors made the decision to do that. I've been out throughout the summer looking at a few. There's the biggest ones we've been trying to go after have been where they've been gravelled over, because there's over the years they were graveling over oil, and it's becoming an issue of maintaining the gravel road for the grader. When you got this much gravel on top of oil, it's hard to move things around. So I don't know this one exactly, but I can talk to them if I know.
Yeah, this one didn't need much for patching. When I brought it up, it was it needed next to nothing for patching, and they ripped it up. I was totally shocked they ripped it up. It's right at 572 and 193 just north. And now it's yard. I went there. Silage trucks, and the guys are flying by. It's gross because we haven't got rain like everywhere in the county. Lots of dust. And one other thing, a lot of the culverts that were installed in the last couple of years are falling apart. 201, we got a couple, like they're I don't know what's happening to them now, but they're big holes in there, just not.
So we did receive a concern from the Reeve a few weeks ago. We've gone out, we've looked at all the culverts that were installed this spring, as well as all the culverts that were installed last year. We did identify a few that needed some work. There's one or two where there was heavy traffic went through. We got back in middle of August that was some writing. We haven't seen any failures with the culverts themselves, but it's been the surface quickly giving way. So we've had a couple that we've gone back to, some have been done in-house. Been done by the contract.
Yeah, 201 there. I've been getting calls from up north too. They said they're falling apart, and I know at 201, there hasn't been that much heavy traffic yet. With the guys harvesting, we're just getting going in that area. And they're, you gotta slow down, somebody's gonna hit them with a car and they're gonna be in trouble.
please let us know when you come across those sorts of situations, and don't need to wait for a council meeting, let us know as soon as you see it.
I think it's sent Darby a memo on 182 Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't recall.
Yeah, so that one was a, action.
Okay. No other questions? The Derby's report is information. The Lamont County Council accept the Public Works Departmental update for May to July 2025 as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah. Carried by 0. 10.2 public service work requests.
So in the same context, it's been since April, I've updated council with our public work service requests. So as you can see on page 260, we've received a total of 63 calls. Some of which actually have been significantly over years. We've completed 57 of those. There is one submissions reached out asking us to investigate the status of our publics put in over the last year. So the numbers don't fully match, so that was considered the counties in the division. Starting out with Division 1, we had received only 5 calls for service. One of those was in regards to dust abatement floors, 4 were doing trees and garbage. Division 2, received 18 service requests. These range from 1 for dust abatement, 6 concerns regarding to grading, 2 concerns in regards to drainage, and 9 calls for garbage trees. In Division 3, 21 service requests, 3 in regards to dust, 5 in regards to grading, 3 in regards to culverts, 10 in regards to garbage and trees. And finally, Division 4, we received 8, and Division 5 we received 10. So it's spread out throughout the county. As I said, our call for service from May till August have been down over last year. In the last 2 weeks, week or so, we have seen an uptick in calls in regards to dust. And we have now started to speak our water truck is back out, and starting to try and rejuvenate some of these dust abatements. The ones that were done in spring for private landowners, they're starting to deteriorate, whereas the ones that we do under our policy, they've been we've done twice this year. Just with the dry weather, we saw in July, spray and dry weather again. They're not holding up. But it's not a Lamont County issue. In discussion with the neighboring municipalities are seeing the same issues. The dry, hot weather. It's just not holding up.
Any questions?
Mr. East made at the outset. A couple of years ago, we would have had hundreds. Ever I provide.
The sign that went up today. I emailed you guys.
Yes.
A couple of years ago, the guy came forward wanting 562 from 203 to 204. The county right away is you need 6 bridges to build a road, and he wanted a road built on the north side of the Beaver Creek with 1 bridge and join into the road we got. I sent you guys a sign. It's got the county phone number on it and the MLA's phone number. So just in case you get calls, maybe give your staff a heads up. I send it to everybody here. So I asked him, he's getting up there in age, so today I says, just so I know, what are you expecting for the property? And he didn't give an answer. He says, whatever's fair, I'll be reasonable. So anyways, that sign's going up at 203 and 562, and there's one going up on 204 and 562, just so you got the heads up.
Darby and I compared notes on that one, and we had the same recall that was actually brought back to council that's brother cause. And with the assertion that we're gonna go over the bridge.
Well, that road, even for railway, whatever, but, in the past, the neighbor bought a cat, did the bush, and the guy that had plans is gonna go on the south side, just wouldn't let. The town said, if you brush it, we'll build the road. That happened in the farmer, built on farming the land, so that's quite a thin 60 day, and that is on council.
Appreciate it, as
But that sign's going up, so we get calls.
Yeah, so my short recollection,
Yeah.
looking at that. If council were to try and build a road through there with a bridge, you know, we can arrange probably $2 million.
Yeah.
Got half mile of road reconstruction, a bridge, and then probably another half mile of reconstruction to bring that road.
Yeah. Just he's pushing forward, so. Just, you know, when the phone starts ringing, you know what it's about.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions?
I will make a motion that the Lamont County, the Public Works Service request status report from May to July 2025 as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0. Recess or shut? Okay. Item 10.3, Planning and Community Services Department Activities Report.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. We have a department report here in the actual briefing note. It indicates that the planning and development performed their annual internal safety code audit in accordance with the requirements. And we've been reviewing and updating departmental templates to ensure that they align with the changes in legislation. Community services obviously prepared for the annual general meeting. It was and the 2024 report, I recently signed off on that, if I recall. They have also prepared a new program for kickoff in May 1st, the volunteer appreciation events. And Cal has been working on grant funding agreements. And we will get an update from economic development a little later today. Into the document, Irving adopted the style of the triennial report on initiative. So the information that you're seeing with the blue graphs is very consistent with what is in the triennial report. Just some highlights. Council saw the application that is now on our website for industrial heartland landowners whose property is available for sale. Here's a little more information, Mr. Reed, on the question that was asked about the Cannon Export Community. I guess Councilor White has asked that question. Federal government grant, and the application of those funds is for mini market study, tools, and materials development of 3 sector profiles. And as Mr. Boyko indicated, transition into targeting language to languages to help promote foreign direct investment. Spoke briefly about how we are involved in a DIDS project as it relates to stormwater. The ACP grant was not approved, so the scope was pulled back. We continue to work with the Heartland partners in earnest. You'll see we're doing a lot of earnest today. You'll see the volumes of safety codes in April, May, and June for the various disciplines. And we see that in 2025, we've got about 10% more safety codes permits than in 2024. If you look on page 269 under development permit activity, 5 development permits in April, 4 in May, 3 in June. I do not have the year-over-year comparables for those. Housing starts somewhat modest. 3, 1, and 2 in those 3 months. And as far as subdivision activities, 1 application in April, 2 in May, 4 in June. The annual community involved transportation grants, as council recalls, have been issued. And kind of an FCSS program metric. They have a program positivity percentage of 96%. Unfortunately, I'm not able to tell you specifically how that's calculated. I presume that is reported satisfaction by participants. Programs and services continue to be evolving in accordance with the annual work plan. Some highlights included some kinder welcome events. The local loop is a new program for curious explorers aged 0 to 6 at homeschool families. The seniors appreciation barbecues were held during that first week of June. Summer camp registrations that commenced in June for programs running through July and August were quite successful. Similarly, CALP programs done in accordance with the annual reporting. And apparently we received year 2 of grant funding starting in July 1st. That's good news. We received federal grant for New Horizons for Seniors, Bon Appetit Bingo, which are starting in September this month and Andrew twice a month. Under goal 3, driven by accountability and transparency to the community, we've got the NPC bylaw is now approved, as well as the quality and moving of the November 1st. In goal number 5, use file, the one-year checkup was done, the part-time rail outreach was done, and obviously the annual very golf tournament has been executed. Those are all things I spoke to in the annual report. Economic development, again, you'll get an update from him. He has attended a number of conferences, other activities where he has an opportunity to engage with potential investors as well as provincial representatives. I won't go into great deal on each of those. Mr. Olson will hit some highlights in his presentation. And the rest of it is good for your independent review. And if there are any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
Any questions regarding planning and development activities report? Motion to accept this information.
To accept the Planning and Community Services Department Activities Report for April to June 2025 as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep, good.
Yeah, so we're in favor, yeah, we're doing. Just reading the thing here.
24, Office of CAO departmental activities.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. This one also follows our 6 goals, sorry. During the period of June to September 9th, attended the Canadian Interclinical Summit. And supported to read the Driving Heartland Board meetings. That says June 27th. It could also say it's September 20th. Last Friday was water intake meeting. Is yesterday. I supported participated in the golf tournament. Doing safety and affordable, conducted health and safety inspections in the fire training center. Recommended receive approval and submit the area and a list of Lamont County's transportation on the floor of the national priorities. It's a matter of notice to not heard anything back on that. Right, participating development of agendas and review of all council RFPs and briefing notes. Supported the deputy read in the development of the resolution and related correspondence regarding the Highway 16A55 matter, and attended the 2025 annual road tour. In terms of accountability and transparency to the community, formulated and executed the regional candidate orientation for aspiring candidates. Submitted in all the council meetings during the period, supported by the committee meetings on Tuesday 18th, attended Ag Service Board meetings, participated in municipal affairs recall engagements. So as they address the regulation for recall, they are consulting with organizations that have had some involvement in that activity. Administered delegations, that's probably more so Ms. Benoit. Due to the time review, the report process, we're seeing as well, the reporting and staff of members and departures, something that you receive every month within the first 3 or 5 work days. With Benoit, you know, has been reviewing the Local Authorities Act, and there are some bullets there for the briefings that she put forward. Mr. Whitecoat achieved the second installment waterline grant and completed the online protection of privacy course, which all of you were invited to do. I'm not sure whether you've done it or not. It's not hard. It takes less than an hour. We supported or prepared bylaws. Again, this is along with the Benoit for all of the various bulleted items there, and supported and prepared policies again for the bulleted items there. In terms of goal number 4. Internal department operating and capital budget reviews prior to your August review and feedback. We've developed a new process for prioritization of capital priorities. We want to avoid whoever comes in first to be the one that gets all the allocation of budget. Participating in land use bylaw workshop, meeting with landowners regarding persistent non-compliance. Joint health and safety meetings. Public Works tailgate meetings are things that I attend. The senior event team meeting every Wednesday after council meeting. Regular extended leadership team meetings, generally the next day. And participation in the staff tournament, which was an overwhelming success. There are some additional activities on page 277. Worth specifically working on, participated in the most recent regional CEO CAO meeting. Is one of being many courses related to new and emerging habits. The just information from the Papa. He's undertaking a master class with regards to civility in the civic sector. And then those ongoing activities around the related to the connections, all those things. I thought it was appropriate that we report on our peace officers' activities. We often don't report on him. He's the person that has the most other duties as assigned than anybody in Lamont County, I think. But he is undertaking the regular proactive patrol of the county roadways, inspection of the road use agreement routes, in addition to by the supervisor in Public Works. He's pursued and received his shotgun recertification. Obviously, that's for dispatching and also for injured on the highway. He's undertaken and updated his threat pattern de-escalation. So when he meets somebody who's where things are really escalating, he has specific training to de-escalate, and that is a required training course. Collaboration with planning and development, member of the social committee and health and safety committee. He's a resource to the Public Works Ag Service Board tailgate meetings, and he has undertaken some highway traffic act infractions. 75 traffic stops conducted to date in 2025 with 53 violations issued. Note that is down from 112 in the same period in 2024, primarily due to the fact that his radio was not serviceable for 6 months. was being repaired, and the regulation does not allow him to be out of touch with his passive dispatch, when he's out on the road. He will be attending the community awareness events in the various towns and villages this week and next. Assisting with motor vehicle collision traffic control, assisting with traffic control for fire services. We would have seen him whenever we've got a truck, a ground truck or otherwise, it's he's undertaking traffic control. And assisted with other agencies investigating and investigations involving the Lamont County residents. So that's including ASPCA, FNW, and RCMP. And if anybody can join FNW, they should go. Fish and Wildlife, of course. Thank you. So the focus in the office of the CAO was more facilitation. You'll see the reports provided by the operating departments are much more tangible to work out in the community.
Any questions?
Okay. I move that the Lamont County Council accept the office of the CEO Department Activities Report for June to mid-September 2025 as the information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yes, carried. Okay, I do have to call a recess. 2:57. If you would. One.
Yeah, microphones are on.
Okay, we'll reconvene the September 9th, 2025 regular council meeting at 3:03. Move on to item number 11, committee reports. Councilor Naka. Nothing for me.
I have really no committee report, but I got a note from, each, cents to $1 per capita. So I think I'm gonna pass this on to Shane, so that he can finagle it with his finances for,
It's a report that shows the work plan for the hub.
Yes.
So
yes.
it's more in keeping with what we would be interested in than what they've done in the past, which was primarily indigenous matters and housing. To deal with that stuff for the business, yeah.
Yeah, I do have a couple. One of the St. Michael Landfill Commission, we had a meeting on August 27th. One thing that stands out here is on our tipping reports, which basically tells us the amount of garbage that we haul in a month. Typically it's around 220,000, 240,000 tons. In the month of June, it's 496 tons of garbage. And the reason that the manager gave me is some farmer decided to clean up his plastics. So I said to her, I said, so was some of that cleanup, did it include a lot of dirt or whatever? Like you could be using that as fill for the land up and yeah, no, that's basically, obviously there had to be a lot of dirt with that because that's a lot of tonnage. Well, 496 for the month. If you knock off 250 for regular, then you're looking at 250 tons of plastic.
I think that was at the dump, they said it's over 300 tons, that guy called in. And all at once.
because I have a pile of 60, from the bag.
About the money.
But they're rolling, there's no dirt in them whatsoever.
Even if you grow them and stuff, they'll accept and they'll recycle them. I suspect, and I'm not sure if you know who the individual is, Neil, but I suspect what happened here is they were in the bush somewhere or whatever, and they just used a loader or whatever to pull them up.
I didn't recognize that hired hand and they wouldn't tell me what it was, so.
But you see, they don't charge you if you bring a rolled one?
No, the green bags are, their collection point for the green bags rolled up. But this is just general garbage, it's, silage. So they can't, it's not recyclable, so it goes to the dump, so, and net wrapping.
You demolish the building, you would pay for it.
Yeah.
You would pay for.
Yep. It's not general garbage. The other tons that can't even upload. Yeah.
He collected after.
I can't, it's gotta be somebody big, it's gotta be.
Yeah.
I have my suspicion who it was.
Landfill experienced 3 break-ins, nothing major taken, fuel on one occasion, copper wire on another, straight gates, did more damage than what they cost. Landfill had sewer issues, they had to fix that. Of note, they spotted a cougar at the landfill. wildlife officers were called. And currently they're testing the site because they have to build a new cell. They thought the county would help them with the cell, and I basically told them the county doesn't have any equipment anymore to help you build a cell. So they're gonna have to outsource that. So, yeah. Main issue is the thunder that was called by that one farmer. The other report I had was on the Alberta Industrial Parkland. We had our board meeting in September. There's a couple items from the closed session. That's why I added it on to the closed session of the agenda that I want to bring to council's attention. We had our annual general meeting that day, so my 2-year term as chair is up. So as our new chair, we elected Fort Saskatchewan's Mayor Katcher is currently the new chair of the association. That started on Friday after the meeting. And the vice chair is Sturgeon County, and their term is set to expire at our next annual general meeting, which I believe we changed the date to May of next year. It was supposed to be Edmonton's turn, but we changed our bylaws so that in extenuating circumstances, we could deviate from the normal rotation. Lots of stuff still happening. We're the only municipality that's got to $5.6 million from the water grant. They did indicate that a couple other municipalities that are involved should have their money by the end of 2025. So not too sure what Sturgeon and Strathcona is working on there. Financial statements for the year, I believe we showed about a $300,000 surplus for the Heartland for the year. Yeah, lots of activity. We were stuck on a $45 billion number for investments. And now when Dow is complete, Shell is complete, and Keyera's got a couple things on the go there, the estimate is that we'll be at $65 billion by, I believe it was 2027, 2028. So we still should be able to make our goal of $70 billion by 2030. Yeah, NCIA, they are doing a noise study to what extent that's going to be a major impact. Doesn't seem to bother any of the residents that are near industry in the heartland there. We do know that we have one issue in Lamont County here in that regard. Calendar of events. Tonight is the reception. I believe Deputy Reeve is going to join me at the reception tomorrow night. And Thursday is the conference. And I understand a couple councillors, Councillor Naka, you won't be attending. And Councillor Weddis, you're looking at exchanging your ticket.
Yeah, well, there.
Okay, so there'll still be three of us. There. The MLA is going to be there. We changed our program to accommodate the premier. She's going to make an appearance on Thursday morning. We're going to start the conference at 9. It's going to start at 8:30, and there's going to be a fireside chat with the premier and Minister Shao from Jobs and Economy. And it'll probably be a fireside chat for half an hour in the morning or whatever, moderated by Mark. There is a potential opportunity for the Prime Minister to attend our reception tomorrow night. There's that opportunity. And tomorrow, at 2:00 prior to reception, there's a bus tour which I'll be attending. And there must be a bunch of the Liberal caucus Edmonton. I'm not sure what kind of meeting there is, but we're going to be taking on a tour of the heartland. Honorable Tim Hodgson, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Francois Philippe Champagne, Minister of Finance and National Revenue. The Honorable Julie DeBruzen, Minister of Environment and Climate Change. The Honorable Evan Solomon, he spoke as a guest speaker at one of our petrochemical summits. He's the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. The Honorable Chrystia Freeland, Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Honorable Rebecca Chartrand, Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. And the Honorable Stephen McKinnon, Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. And the Honorable Nathalie Provost, Secretary of State. Nature. Honestly, I've heard of that portfolio before. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of other ones here. I think there's 15 or 20, so we'll be going on that tour tomorrow. So,
That's prior to the.
it starts at 2:00 and we'll be back at 5:00. So I guess it's kind of unusual just to have that many Liberal Party caucus in Edmonton at one time. Maybe the Prime Minister will make a comment on the canola crisis.
Be nice.
Yeah, you know all that is.
So I'll give a little more information in the in-camera session, but that's basically it for now. So I will make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the briefs report on the St. Michael Solid Waste Commission and the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, let's move on to correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. There are 3 correspondence for action and 8 just for, I think, for information, although it's within council's purview to take action on those as well. The first 2 are with regards to dust control on Range Road 193 south of Highway 16. Oh, sorry, the first one is south of Highway 16, the second one is Highway 15, Township 50. These are both letters that you have seen in your minutes within the past week or 2. I'm trying to understand whether these are the same as the items that Councillor Anaka had brought up a few weeks ago where
These ones are down in my area, they brought.
no, but similar to the ones where the township has got dust abatement, but the Range Road doesn't, and that these people are wondering why they're different.
So this one here was, so they've had a bunch of, the pipeline was, that Alliance pipeline was running around 550 and it cuts across right at, and right there is where they have that lift station. And then they had the laydown yard straight to the north of them. They were used by that Lyle, I can't remember the name of it, Merlee Land or whatever. They had a laydown yard there. So they were getting all that traffic this year and they wanted to know if there's a way that they could have some dust control. So that means by a lot of
those companies have a release agreement?
But I think they have one for 550 and not.
Yeah, I know they have one for 550. I wasn't aware of any issues with us there, last month prior to receiving this. We can follow up with them and.
You still doing work there?
No, but they're still getting the amount of traffic that's, because now at the end of there too is like a big cut down there to go over to 193, because that's the offset road. And that's, once you go past Mrs. F's place, that's where you get all those little 40-acre pieces now. So.
I can follow up with Alliance.
So that would be project escrow that you would follow. Because we received it, Ivan, there was an addition to the agenda.
I'm under it, so
But they're like, it's that for the past 2 years, they've not. Our ice conservation plan to reduce the amount of electricity they use, they spent over $100,000 to update and enhance their outdated components. They require an additional $30,000 to complete the upgrade and are required to consider contribution project. Key facility in there where the residents enjoy it for minor senior hockey, figure, and public skating activities. So this has come as a correspondence item, not as a sponsorship request. And it arrived yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, so may or may not want to address this one today.
Speak to this one a little bit. About to $100,000 for the upgrades. What the town, they went to the town here just last week, and the town of Madera gave it 10,000. So they're short of 20, and they're not asking for $30,000. They're asking for a contribution, whatever the county feels that they can give. They understand that we give money to recreation. So they were kind of hesitant in asking, but once they see in the paper what was given to Lamont, to the curling club, they called me and they decided if it was appropriate. I said, yeah, submit a letter. And I talked to them yesterday, and possibly they could submit as come in as a delegation. So yeah, they said that they would probably do that. They could do that very easily.
How long ago was that? Do you guys remember? 10 years, 8 years? 9, it's over 8.
Yeah, but
Wouldn't give 50,000.
No, I thought it was 20 or something like that, 15 or 20. That would be. When they were doing the renovations for dressing rooms or whatever, that's when we gave.
Oh, shucks, that's,
Because we were both at the
Yeah.
presentation there.
yeah. That has to be good. That's a good 10 years.
Right, and
Yeah.
yeah, so yeah.
look at the CEO.
Do you remember that, sir?
If it's your desire to take out the delegation, you can create that. Alternatively, they can submit it as a sponsorship.
Delegation and explain your situation.
Okay, so you got three actionable items here, I think, for 12.1 and 12.2 are recommendations being to make a motion for Public Works to investigate the sites. Reporting back to council isn't gonna work.
Make a little different decision for me.
And take action required. That's the key here.
Well, the only action the authority can take would be to provide information on private, on residential dust. I mean, what I can do, I can follow up, and if there is any area with the right road. One, if the area is in the right roads, kick them off into roads. One, two, if the area is in the road currently, that's it's part of the road.
The other thing you have to ensure, Darby, is that it's not a situation similar to what Councillor Naka brought up at the last council meeting, where their driveways are on the range road, just off of the township road. No,
Well, these guys are on the,
they're on the range road.
yeah, they're north of 550 mile, 3/4 of a mile or more. Yes, that's small, even 3/4 of a mile to a mile more.
Yeah. There's probably really nothing we can do from. Other than Darby making sure that anybody that has a road use agreement or is using the property.
Yeah, and I didn't know about lies, if there was a road use agreement or if maybe there that we use it. World management. We don't have any right now, do we?
I don't, we're
On next spring. I guess that's about as far as you can go with, isn't it? Make a motion on Lamont County Council direct administration to follow up on road use agreements regarding industrial concerns brought forward by Dennis and Elaine Budney and Ruth Reeker.
Any questions or concerns? Not all in favor. Yeah, we want the Ag Society to come in, Madera Ag Society to come in as a delegation.
expect that will be here in November 4th. They're a district ag society.
If we need to, we can call a special meeting.
They're at the when they are the district agriculture society, Peter Polishchuk. Read my, Madera. Oh, the bottom. That Lamont County Council, direct administration to invite the Madera District Agricultural Society to a delegation to a further council meeting.
Okay, to a future council meeting. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. And Peter, you can go through, give us a synopsis of the balance of the correspondence.
Mr. Reeve, item 15.1 is something that we received on the 3rd of September from province of Alberta, having to do with equalized assessment for preliminary equalized assessment for 2026. Mr. Boyd will have a more readable copy of this on your table. It shows that the assessment growth for residential from 25 to 26 is 6.56, if I remember that correctly. Non-residential assessment growth is 14.11, and the machinery and equipment is a modest 1.86, and 3.12. In any case, we do have some appreciation happening before any growth related to new development. Next, we have an invitation from the Village of Andrew, care of the Northeast Alberta Information Hub, where they are inviting council to a beyond visual line of sight growth light trial. So one of the things that the hub has been doing is putting emphasis on development of hub-related technology, and it's a matter of trial or demonstration. They're going to be doing a flight from the Andrew Rural Academy to the St. Paul Municipal Airport between 8 and 9:30. You may recall that one of the things that the Andrew Rural Academy wanted to do was to incorporate about drone flight, drone usage in their program. Next, on page 287, we have an invitation to the Community Planning Association of Alberta conference, which really I believe this was included in here in error. Unless it was one of the requests. But that's just for information. And then way on page 293, we've got the regular RMA monthly business update. You can read how things are progressing on the T5 that they're looking at. Page 294, they've got information on agricultural plastic recycling. Came up a little earlier in the meeting. Some information on ministerial meetings with the Premier, Minister G, and Minister Fund. And the elected official participation program, which has been allowed to secure 5 spots during the RMA convention for councillors that are elected in over 2. Next, we got a Life in the Heartland newsletter on page 298. On page 301, we've got the Belt River Watershed Alliance newsletter. You can review at your leisure. Then on page 307, we have a thank you from the Ukrainian Canadian Congress Alberta Provincial Council President. It's addressed to Reeve Diddock, who brought these on behalf of the council. They're thanking us for our silver sponsorship at that event. And we also received a thank you from the Sturgeon County Mayor's Golf Tournament. We had a golfer participate in their tournament. That's all we've got, Mr.
Hey, thank you for that. Just one comment I want to make on 13.1, the tax assessment. I think because the 3-year tax holiday came off of oil and gas well development, that was placed for the last 3 years. Our non-residential tax assessment is going up 14.1%, which is good because that's our tax rate is, so should make budgeting a little easier for next year. Rodney, if that was true.
Yeah, it is, and I got a little bit more detail. In that category, there was $12.8 million more assessment in the well category. So there was also $4.3 million assessment in railway and $25 million non-residential designated industrial.
Is it about 300,000 more than that?
Yeah. So, and this isn't, these numbers don't exactly line up with our assessment because this is equalized. So every municipality, they apply a different formula to make it even across the province. So the idea behind equalized assessment is to be able to evenly distribute the education tax across the province.
And the only downside to our equalized assessment going up is the fact that the requisition for the housing foundation is gonna go up, and the school requisition is based on our equalized assessments, so. Yeah.
This is next year.
Anyway, any other questions? If not, I will make a motion to accept all correspondence as information, that Lamont County Council accept all correspondence as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Events calendar, last page of your agenda.
Quite straightforward, Mr. Reed. Service board on the 8th, Light in the Heartland meeting in the evening, best voting on the 10th and 11th. Office is closed on Thanksgiving. Municipal election day on Monday the 20th. In this chamber council orientation on some key bylaws and other factors. The organizational meeting on the 28th. Regional council orientation on the 30th and 31st, being done with the towns and villages. And just a little peek further out, council meeting on November 4th. So rather than holding an organizational meeting and a council meeting on the 28th, limited organization on the 28th, do your benefits sign up that day, some other things, and then council meeting on the 4th, and that allows us to better coordinate with. Those are all things that council.
And we also made the motion that we're not to have a council meeting. Once in October. But if needy, we can always call a special council meeting if something comes up. Any other questions on the calendar? The motion is
Calendar of October 2025 is information.
questions or concerns? Seeing none. All in favor?
Right.
Carried 5-0. I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council extend the September 9th, 2025 regular council meeting beyond 4 o'clock. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yep.
Carried 5-0. Now I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Make the motion that the Lamont County Council move the September 9th, 2025 regular council meeting into closed set meeting at 3:38 p.m. to discuss the following. 15.2 Economic Development Matter Update, ATIA Section 19. 15.3 employment policy ATIA section 29.1 A and D. 15.4 aggregate levy and 15.5 AIHA.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0.
My neighbor has 40 acres here that's behind a creek. He owns 40 to attach his court. They got it as an acreage. And so that's why, if you got some with a creek that you're 60 or 70.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's why Ryan's name's popping up.
Hey, we're back in the regular council meeting of September 9th, 2025. Coming out of closed session. We have a couple resolutions to make. First one is, item 15.2, economic development update. We're gonna accept the presentation as information.
Lamont County Council accept the economic development update from September 9th, 2025 as information.
Councilor Wes. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yep. Item 15.3, employment policy. Yeah, I'll make this motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to amend the employment policy 4162A 22 statutory holidays to include the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. In favor? Opposed? Resolution is carried 4-1. And then we have 15.4 aggregate levy to accept this information, I guess.
Make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the closed meeting report on aggregate levy as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? And I'll make the motion for 15.5 that Lamont County Council accept the information regarding AIJ or accept the presentation regarding AIJ as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. And with that, we can adjourn at 4:51. Thank you, council. Scary thought is some of us might not be back.